is not a hybrid meeting, only we have our past international president and Kajit joining us for the inaugural session. So for first 30 minutes it will be both Zoom and in person, but later we will log out of the Zoom meeting. Ritesh, you are the host now. Nilofer, have you logged in? Anyone so that when Kajit comes in, why they will echo? Hello? Management, can we just check in? We have almost full quorum. Nabil, who is this? No, who is name?
Ikobo.
Jitan is joined there. Saju, sir. And where is Khagendra? Right. Can you just excuse me, I'll call up our chairperson Kajit, and if he's joining, we will start the meeting immediately. Huh? Ritesh, eco band nahi hua? I think it is stopped now, no?
Yes, stopped.
Okay, okay. Yes, sir, I have started the meeting. Yes, sir. Yes. I would request you to kindly check the agenda we have kept in front of you. Along with the agenda, we have kept some working sheets, the multiple district working sheets, and your docket for tomorrow's meeting, that is the conclave. In the docket, we have given the entire workbook. The workbook contains the agenda for tomorrow and day after. Tomorrow morning agenda is here only, but tomorrow afternoon, after the conclave agenda and the workbook of the conclave has been put in your docket. Number one. Number two, kindly check. We have given some certificates, given some pins to all the area leaders, and there are certain certificates of last year because you have recommended some people. You can give those certificates to them also, right? And to multiple council chairpersons, kindly check. We have given 10 GAT certificates to you, which you can, and 10 pins. Okay, so which you can use for any good achievement in the GAT area in your multiple. To district governors, tomorrow we are giving 5 pins to each district governor, and all the participants have been provided the certificate of global action plan, and also pins we have given to them, and all the other participants we are giving 1 GAT pin to them, and of course the certificate has been given to each and every person, right? Okay. Yeah. We have our past international president Lan Kajit joining us. Sir, shall I start the meeting?
You can see me, right?
Yes, sir.
Boy, what a relief. That's why I tell you, I need to come in half an hour early because there's always something happened. I don't know why. Maybe they don't want me on the screen.
Sir, give me a minute.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you for a pre-conclave leadership meeting that they have organized. After a long time, your meeting is person. I am aware that for the last 2 years, we have been working virtually. And even working virtually, Isame has always given great results. Be it membership development, be it learning programs, be it service activities or service reporting. And we have been always supported ably by our global chairperson, Havanananda. Sir, I welcome you to this leadership meeting. Let me brief you. This meeting we have planned just before the CAT conclave that is going to take place from tomorrow. We have almost 200 participants joining us tomorrow for the conclave. And for this leadership meeting also, we have almost 43 representatives from the entire Isame area, even from Bangladesh and Nepal. We have council chairperson joining us, we have GAP area leaders joining us, and of course we have our leadership, our international director, Client Consider Babu, and international director, Dr. Vinod Ladia with us. We also have with us our third vice president endorsing past international director, Line AP Singh with us, and past directors Line Praveen Sajid is with us, Line Murugan is with us, Line Sanjay Ketan, and Line Krishna Reddy and Line Vijay Kumar Raju. They have also joined us. We are all anxiously awaiting your inspirational address to this meeting, because from this meeting we are going to take up. Because this is the leadership which is going to lead the deliberations in next few days during the conclave. You are aware of the developments or the achievements that the Assembly has given in the last 2 years, especially 21-22. So we request you to kindly address the leadership today. Of course, we will be having you again tomorrow during the CAT conclave inauguration also. With this, I hand over to you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, PID Narendra, the GAT Constitutional Area 6 leader, and of course all the leadership in Isame. At this time, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you very much for inviting me to join and participate in this leadership and GAT conclave. First of all, let me say that most unfortunate that we could not be able to see each one of you in person because of the difficulty in traveling and the continuation of the COVID-19. So most of the time we were doing the virtual meeting rather than face-to-face. Now, at this time I want to congratulate Narendra and his team for hard working in preparing this conclave. So a lot of work has been put into it, and I wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you that had put such a fine effort into it. Now, I'm talking to the leadership of the Constitutional Area 6 today, even though every minute counts. But I think you all are the big gun yourself. So actually you don't really need me. However, because by looking at each person, listen to each name, all those experience of the people that participate today, my goodness, it just absolutely overwhelmed. I'm flabbergasted just trying to pull the effort together that you have in front of us here today. So who am I? I'm not, what do you call it, to preach, to give you the preach of give you something that you already know. But it is important that in Lions Club International, there is 3 basic pillars. That's one reason we joined the Lions. That is to serve and to develop membership and, of course, to train the new leader. So these are the 3 pillars that we have been doing for 100 years. However, the service are not so much concerned. Because when a Lions Club is formed, that's what you're doing, serve. But the membership, it has been our problem not from day one, but a long time. In some constitutional area, the membership have never increased for 28 years. And that's why the leadership in the Lions Club International, the executive officers, are very concerned that, however, we could not get above 1.4 million. And we all know the reason why. We all face this problem every year. And just to be frank with you, on this membership issue, which I'm going to talk big to the leadership today, is because we are so good in inviting people to join the club. Each year, 200,000 you people get invited. But at the end of the year, you lose a little bit more than 200,000. Now, I think I don't need to go into the detail why. I think we all know. You know it, I know it. Now, it's a time to rectify or correct the situation. On a membership issue itself, I think first of all, we need a true leadership in each particular area, not only in Islamic, but all around the world. The real leaders at different levels, at the club levels, district level, multiple district level, and international level. We need to sit down and say to ourselves, let's do this seriously. Let's get things done, by working together. Because each one of you are so capable. But why couldn't we solve this issue of people walking away at the end of the year? We're talking about financial issue. Yes, that's only part of it. The other part is, how can you ask them to join the club? How can you ask them to join the association? And they come in willingly. By the end of the year, they leave. There is a missing link here. There is something wrong, very wrong. And we let it happen year in and year out. So why go for the work for the retention? I don't see any reason why we work with retention. If you can get the good, committed new members, they know exactly what they're going to give and what they can take back from the land, then I think you don't need to worry about retention. Who want to keep? We learn how to keep them. We don't need to remind them that, hey, you got to stay with us. Does anyone ever remind each one of you that joining the meeting today that, hey, you have to stay us every year? No, it's because you have your heart into it. You committed yourself, you dedicated your desire, and you're willing to work for something, nothing, and don't expect anything in return. And that's who you are. Why couldn't we get those out there, like you yourself? I often maintain that, that eagle fly high, but the crow, they fly in the group very low. So we are who our friends are. I am who my friends are. You are my friend, so therefore you and I are equal. We are one and the same. But if we're thinking that we can make the difference, how do we make the difference known to our friends, known to those that we invited? I'm sure that when you invite someone, you know the person. If you don't know the person, why are you inviting? And that's first very wrong. You don't know the person. So don't invite them if you don't know them. We don't need the number to show to the officers. Hey, we got 10,000, 20,000. By the end of the year, we lose faith. We lose faith. I lose faith. You lose faith. Because you lost them. And now, what the reason that GAT, Global Action Team, was formed is because of this issue. We want to get down to the club level. We want to get down to the club level where the club members go out there and invite new members from their community to join their club. It's not because of one of the leaders at the district or the multiple district want to set up a new club. And he himself or she himself gathers 25 people by him or herself. That's not the way to do it. Because then everything is in one hand. one word, they're all gone. So let's change our way of thinking. And I treasure your leadership. I wish that you could use the power that you have in your hand, in your connection, to make the difference, starting from the club. Don't go after them. I want you to go after quality members. I don't care if you get 10, 20, but you're not going to lose the 10 or 20 at the end of the year. Whereas you give me 500, at the end of the year you lose 500. That's first waste of time, waste of money to spend, and waste of the effort, and make us all sad. Is that what we like to be every year in and year out? So local equity is every level in there to support the club president. The club president is a GAT chairperson, but yet less than half of the club president around the world understand their role. And then next come the governor, 750 district governor. Incoming governor next year have been actually pushed hard by the incoming president next year, Brian Chia, because they concentrate on membership. And therefore, this new approach, the global membership approach here has been started, so that we can make sure that the leadership at the district level fully understand the reason of getting a new member and why and how to do it. So that's why the pilot districts are at work at the moment. But come next year, every district around the world, we have to do the same thing. And I think Constituent Area 6 is a leader in this aspect. Every year, you have, in fact, your Constituent Area is the largest in the world, 300,000 plus. And the leadership in your area is so many people. But yet, all of your effort combined could still not correct the situation of new members walking away at the end of the year. So I like all of you when you deliberate tomorrow and at the Isame Forum. I want you to concentrate on not on retention. I want you to concentrate on how you invited new members to join the club. I don't want anybody to one person pay for the whole club, and next year he said, I don't pay anymore. And new members don't even know what they're getting. And that's the truth. You know it, and I know it. And I feel ashamed sometimes, you know. I've been at this thing 56 years. And if you're going to do this like this year in and year out, we're wasting our effort. And therefore, we could spend our time elsewhere more worthy. So at this deliberation, I want all of you to put heads together and then come up with a solution of how to increase member with a quality member. Do the right, what you call orientation. Do the right training. Everything is out there in front of you. Our GAT specialists at LCI are ready to support and help you. All you have to do is ask. But I don't want to see the number. I'm sure that officer doesn't want to see, oh yeah, 500, 100,000, 20,000. But then we get so sad at the end of the year. Are we there for the awards? Are we there for just number counting? Just think of the effort that all of you today have spent so far in Lanism. I would be ashamed if we don't make that turn around. And if your constitutional area turn around, I am sure at least 20 to 30, 50,000 members will be there. Because you are the leaders in this area. And every constitutional area look toward you to do this right thing. I'm very serious about it today. That's why I want to talk to you directly as leader to leader. Because we don't have any other people out there today. So I can say my peace of mind. And this is something that made me worry. For 3 years now, DAT has been introduced to the world. And you have, CAC can use a lot of ability of the DAT and the right to support the club and the district. And we don't go in the right direction. But I get stuck with this membership issue. So try to find the solution and the way out of your financial suspension. It's so simple. It shouldn't be, because if we can't help ourselves, how can we help others? You can't afford to pay for the dues. You get in line, I help you. That's what you're supposed to tell them. You know, you got to face up to it. We don't mind. We have increased membership for 28 years in Sabah. It's going to decrease it, so be it. And now things are changing so much in the world. Technology coming in, robotic coming in, everything else coming so fast, and we still old-fashioned. Your deliberation tomorrow. My second point is, please, to find the right way to communicate on a different level and spend less time, whether virtually or face-to-face. I know that you all have the ability to do it, and we can grow with this change and utilize the change in making the difference between better service, better report, better invitation to the new members, and of course, better develop the new leaders. So this is my plea to you today. I don't know, I said a lot already. So I want to wish you the best in your deliberation today, tomorrow, and the day after. So I hope you all come up with some solid, fundamental resolution so that we could once and for all help to settle this issue of the membership fluctuation. So with that, I want to thank everybody in advance for doing it. You've got such a grand leaders in there that's sitting around the table. And I remind each and every one of you, you are very, very capable leader, each one of you. So please, don't let me down, because I have promised the officers and the board that we will do our best as a global action team to make the difference in service, in membership, and in leadership. I wish you luck and enjoy your stay together, enjoy the fellowship. We don't have that very often, so this is one thing that I like to support. So with that, good luck to each and every one. Thank you, Narendra, and also AP, thank you for coming. And you are actually the shining light to help support the people there. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Kaji. You have been always motivating, inspiring. At the same time, you have always appreciated the efforts taken by the leadership of Isame in all the success that we have been able to achieve. We are also aware, and you have been cautioning us from time to time, that we should focus on sustainable membership growth. At the same time, you might have seen the last 6 to 8 months, we have been taking a lot of efforts to keep the members engaged through various giving them all the positive service through. And your advice today would definitely lead us towards the discussions in the next 2 days. Let me assure you, the agenda for the conclave has been so designed that learning from the experience of the achievements of last 7 months, last 6 months, we will be working on strategies, how we can lead the organization more strongly. Also, we will touch upon the projections that we would like to achieve till June 2022. Thank you for your wishes, and of course let me underline one important thing. Whatever achievement that Isame has done, maybe membership, leadership person, it has mainly because of the support of the entire leadership sitting in this auditorium, all the past international directors, the ruling directors, and of course with the good leadership that has been given by area leaders. I would also like to express the kindness, the fantastic support that area leaders are receiving from their multiple council chairs. The program has been so designed that it is not that we are going to give targets to our district team. It is the area leaders and multiple council chairpersons who will sit in their respective multiple districts and lead the discussion, and whatever targets the district governors and the CAT teams will give, we will only guide them how to achieve it in the best possible way. That is what is the program design. Thank you very much, and we will have our directors and our third vice president and not the APC speaking after this. I trust that you would like to stay with us for another 30 minutes, or else if you have another commitment, it is okay. So once again, thank you for all the motivation and inspiration that you are giving. One thing that I would like to tell you before you leave, there have been some requests coming from all the districts in our area for some specific need and support. And I trust this time you will be able to get that kind of support for the field team that is working in the progress of land bill in our aid. Thank you very much. Now I would request our third Vice President Endorsee, like AP Singh, to kindly address the leadership.
Thank you, our constitutional area leader, P.A.D. Bhandari, Most Honorable Past President Kajit, the individual that I always look up to, who's been my more than a friend, philosopher, guide, who's held my hand and whose advice has meant a lot to me for many, many years, our international director and my dear friends. If we heard our past president, the GAT chair, talk to us, and if we can read between the lines, we could perhaps understand the pain and the anguish that our president has for the leadership of Isame. There is no denying the fact that ever since 2007-2008, 14 years at a stretch, without a break, if there's any constitutional area in the world that has continued to grow, it is Isame. There's no denying that fact. But there is no denying the fact either that the aberrations that we have witnessed, not intermittently but almost on an annual basis, with respect to the number of members joining and leaving, and what I have preferred to term as the infant mortality rate of the clubs, is something which is appalling and something that we need to be very careful and be concerned about. The attrition rate of the members, if you look at what our president, Kajit, just spoke to us, he focused on these two issues, the attrition rate of the members and the infant mortality rate of the new clubs. To get to the crux of the matter, there are perhaps only a few observations that I would like to make, and which I believe that perhaps we could discuss in this meeting, or maybe even during the meeting tomorrow and the after. The first and foremost is, and since this is an in-camera meeting, a meeting of the leaders of Isame, and past President Kajit is a great friend of Isame, and in any case the leader of the world, so we could speak very much in his presence and his listening us, is an issue that concerns us, which I have personally preferred to term as integrity deficit. A lot of what past President Kajit mentioned is the result of what is a direct fallout of integrity deficit when we resort, or in some parts of the area, some individuals resort to the process of inducting new members and chartering new clubs. What happens as a result of that? For example, we take in 80,000 members, we drop 60,000 members, we have a net growth of 20,000, hypothetical. Now, if we took in 30,000 members and dropped 10,000 members, we would still have a net growth of 20,000. In my opinion, what President Kajit is trying to tell us is that when we take in that extra number of members and we drop this extra number of members, we in fact lead to more individuals being created and being there in the community who ultimately go out and speak maybe ill about the organization. It does not reflect properly on the values of this organization. It does not reflect very positively on the leadership of this constitutional area. And as I started by saying, there is no denying the fact that this area has been the mainstay of the growth of the association for almost 14 years at a stretch now. So what do we do to correct it? I'm sure it will be the leadership sitting round this table, all of you, under the stewardship of past Director Bhandari. We have our international directors in Director V.K. Reddy and Vamsidhar Babu with us, in each one of you, that we will try to find the solutions. But in my humble opinion, there are just a few that I may suggest that you may like to consider, maybe during the meeting today and the meeting the next 2 days. Number one, we are in an era where we have charter fee waiver. If we have a charter fee waiver, then can we make sure that every new club that is chartered at least pays up the international dues for the next 12 months in advance? The moment we do it, we in fact ensure the longevity of that club by 1 year, giving it a larger chance of survival into its second year as well. If you ask me whether there is an empirical study to prove that this methodology works, let me tell you, there is an empirical study to prove that this methodology works. My good friends from Nepal, PID Sanjay Khetan sitting here, and others with whom I worked many, many years ago, and still continue to have exchanges of views with them on membership development. It was this strategy that was adopted by them, not in the year of membership waiver or charter fee waiver, but even when the full charter fee has to be paid, for the last around 8 years or so, if I'm not mistaken, for the last 8 years, they have been following the policy of chartering new clubs with at least 1 year's international dues paid. You have a success story there. We need to look at the success stories, and we need to learn from those success stories. The moment we do that, we make sure that the clubs that are being formed are, in fact, there is a direct intent, more than a visible intent, to continue to be a part of this association, and so we can have better results in the years to follow. The next thing, when we talk of attrition, which is the members being dropped, the new members coming in, and as past President Kajit said, it is heart pained when he spoke about it, of so many members coming in and being dropped by the end of the year. In my opinion, what is most important is, perhaps, I'm using the word perhaps because we can't be very sure of it, but it is more than evident that we are not being able to create that aha moment for the new member. If we can create that aha moment for the new member, which is the moment where he or she starts enjoying the association. It's not about getting a member in only. It's about creating that aha moment where that member really starts to have pride in being a member of that club, in being a member of Lions Clubs International. He or she feels that there's a larger purpose being fulfilled. There's a more contentment in that individual's heart. If you look up aha moment, even on Google, you will find so many explanations, and the entire management theory and the leadership stories today are filled with stories about creating aha moments. If we can create those aha moments, then there would be a much larger, propensity or much larger probability that the members who leave us within a few months or so would not leave us. So we need to understand that when they join our clubs, when we go back for orientation, in my opinion, humble opinion, we talk to the new members. I would suggest in 2021, we don't talk to the new members, we talk with the new members. There's a lot of difference in talking to the new members and talking with the new members. When we talk to the new members, I would be talking about my experience when I joined the organization way back in 1984. Now that's history. There's a member coming in 2021. 1984 and 2021, The world has changed. The expectations have changed. The social fabric has changed. It's time that we listen to them. What do they expect from the club? How comfortable are they feeling in the club? What could they expect from the club? And what could we do to make them comfortable? And that would rather give rise or rather create larger possibility of that aha moment for that member being created. So even our orientation sessions have to move away from the lecture sessions of talking to the new members to interactive sessions of talking with the new members, helping them create those aha moments, helping them build that bonding with their club and bonding with the organization. Please let us remember, for a new member, the bonding with the club will be most important. That member does not really know much about what's happening internationally. The member's just concerned at that point of time with membership with the club. That's very important. So that member's relationship with the club needs to be built up. This has to be done at the grassroots level. We perhaps in our constitutional area, I don't say you, I'm a part of this constitutional area, will never give up my obligation and my responsibilities also. All of us, we perhaps have remained too busy in the process of recruitment. We have forgotten that retention is not an activity. Retention is the result of many activities, which means retention is the result of the club environment. Retention is the result of how comfortable an individual feels in a club. Retention is the result of how wanted an individual feels in the club. Retention is the result of how nice, it's a question of that feel-good factor of what good, how high that index of the feel-good factor of that individual is in the club. Retention is that. Retention doesn't happen as an activity. We perhaps, as I said, have been too busy with the process of recruitment. We need to expand, and we can. We have such wonderful leaders. We have all of you. We have other leaders in our clubs, in our districts, and we have a wonderful leadership, pool available in our constitutional area. And I'm sure that we can. We will make our GAT chair, PIP Kajit, proud of us. We will make our executive officers proud of us. And we too, between us. In the world of Lionism, as it is, we hold our head high because we are the growing area, but we will hold the high even more, our heads high even more, because if we can get rid of these negative factors that bring a little stain to our large and wonderful performances and the results that we otherwise produce, we need to focus on them. We need to focus on them, and I would really thank you, Past President Kajit, for being so candid, for being so frank in the expression of your views. I'm sure the mood that you have set in this conclave, right from the very first address, that is the pure business mood. Your words mean a lot to us, and those words, your questions that you have posed, the challenges that you have outlined, I'm sure, under the leadership of our GAT area leader, that is PID Bhandari, and everybody around us, we should be able to find solutions to that. I wish you all the best, and PIP Kajit, I thank you for your participation, and as always, on a personal level, I'm extremely obliged to you for your blessings, for your guidance, for your friendship, and for everything else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, PIP, for bringing out some of the concerns that we have in the membership growth. Having said that, I would also like to inform both the speakers that yes, there are challenges, but at the same time, our leadership at district level and multiple level has also given very, very positive results in the various areas. Of course, there are the challenges that we have pointed out. Now in next 2 days, we are going to discuss on how do we correct it. And that is going to be our focus area. And secondly, as you rightly said, it has to be discussion with the members. So next 2 days, the conclave, basically we have planned is more of interactive session than more of talking or lecturing session. And there I would require a detailed involvement of the entire leadership, area leaders and multiple council chairpersons in leading their respective district in their discussions. That is what I would like to request you all. Thank you very much, Lion AP, for your detailed study of the successes and the challenges that we have been facing. Though we are growing, there are challenges bringing out those points. And of course, next 2 days will be discussion on those areas also. Thank you very much once again. Now I request our International Director, Lion Dr. V.K. Ladia, to address the leadership meeting.
Thank you, Narendra ji. Past International President, Kajit Avananda, our third Vice President and Dorsey, Lion AP Singh, all the respected PIDs, MCCs, and the GAT area leaders, staff from Islamic office. I have a different view a little bit. I would like to first of all say that if the world membership is going down, that does not mean we are not doing the work. We must also examine what is the role which we have played, and in that I would like to congratulate past International Director Narendra Bhai and all the multiple council chairmen, district governors. Because we have seen continuously, as rightly said by AP, that there has been growth in Islamic. Yes, there has been also leakages, there has been also droppages. But simultaneously, we should appreciate what our people have done, rather than we just only say that there are faults. I like to tell you that when we were discussing about the exemption to be granted for new members as well as for the charter members, and when Finance Committee wanted to discuss it, the point came that the main gain of the exemption has been taken by none other than Islam. So that's a fact. We are today number one in the world. Our constitutional area is number one in the world. But simultaneously, yeah, we can't just stop it here. We have to grow, no doubt about it, because they have a large area with us. My view is that we can attract members only by showing them what services we are providing to this society and community. And I'm sorry to say that our PR in this area is extremely weak. I don't see any PR being done in respect of work which is being done by the Lions in Islam area. There should have been large number of publications, there should have been large number of, I would say, pamphlets or the leaflets or something which we can distribute to the society. We can distribute to the people that, look here, look what we are doing. I like to tell you my own experience, why I entered in Lionism. I was not ready to become a lion. I entered Lionism only because I went to an I camp in 1976, and when I saw lions working, I was impressed, and I immediately became a lion member. So my request is to the area leader, constitutional area leader, that let's look into it. We do have PR grants possibilities, and let's see how can we promote the services which are done. When I talk to many lions in different multiples, they don't even know what lions are doing in India or in the Islam area, how many projects we have, how many hospitals we have, what kind of services we are providing. So that is one area where I would strongly recommend to have good PR, and that will definitely help us in bringing good members. Regarding the retention and the new members, my view is We do a lot of training in leadership. We have DLLI, we have RLLI, we have all sorts of trainings. But I find totally missing the training of the new members. I am also of the opinion that the new members must be taken to an institute or to a place for minimum 2 days for training. An overnight program, and he should be given complete information to which organization he has joined. What is the, I would say, strength of this organization? Our people don't even know how the international is working. I recently went to Raipur and talked to the Lions at the senior level. They did not know how the international is working. So my point is that this is something where we should strike, and like in industry I have seen, same problem we have in industry, retention of people. And I have seen, whenever I have retained people, it is only and only by taking them away from the industry, kept them for 1 week, explained them about the industry, the plus and minus points, and then brought to the industry, and then they stayed back. This is very important to my mind. We should definitely look into it. Now the exemption has been extended up to 30th of June, and the leaders can see that it can be benefited if they really want. But my point is that is this $35 really stopping people? I don't think so. We are saying, and rightly said by him, and the example is of Nepal, that we want to take fees for the full year. That means $42. Right? And if they are joining, say in the middle of the earlier year, some amount for that also. It's not amount, sir. It's basically making the person convinced that he is joining for gain, like AD said. No one wants to join today without getting any gain. Everybody wants that if I join an organization, what is going to be my benefit? So that is one very important point which we should look into it, and I am very serious about these coming financial suspensions, though there is a topic to be discussed subsequently. But let us also analyze it. We should not only make statements. We always make statements. So many clubs are doing very. Why are they going? What is the analysis of it? What are the reasons? We must make a case study out of it. And that case study should be discussed among ourselves. Then only we can understand. We have made large number of clubs with only 5 members. Was that the right step? We don't understand. Will they really remain that 5 membership? So all these points are very important, which we have to make a case study and discuss it, giving all of you the case of this particular year or the last year, and then let us discuss it. Let's see what are the opinions of all the leaders. That's the way I look at it. Of course, there is a definitely deficit of integrity. I'm sorry to say, many of our leaders are making clubs only to get the medals. That is the missing of the integrity. Those clubs never remain. To my opinion, any medal or any recognition should be given after the 2 years or 1.5 years passed, then only recognition should be given. These are the reforms we need to do at the international level. So, this is another thing which we must understand clearly, and I not take much of your time, but I definitely like to say that it's a definitely challenging time, the time of excitement, and it's up to us how we grab it. You all are the leaders who are sitting here, and you are the people who are going to give the message down the line. Down the line means not only to the governor or the first or second vice president governors. Down the line means the grassroots lines. Unfortunately, our messages were not transferring to the grassroots line the way it should have gone. This is the way I look at it. Narendra ji, congratulations. to you and to your team. I can say that under your leadership, in the worst of the worst circumstances, in the Isame area, we have gained much. And definitely the role of your leadership and all the leaders who are sitting here has been remarkable. I would like to once again congratulate all of you and say that let's not look back. Let's look forward. Yes, we have done well, but we can do much better. That's the way we need to work. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. And I will be available. Of course, one more thing. I will speak in a little bit of Hindi, if you don't mind. Nukkad Sabha, the small group discussions has been always very fruitful. And if we arrange this type of programs in cities, collect 10, 12 people, have a Nukkad Sabha, explain them. This year, our incoming international president is giving one projector to each of the district governors. Each of the district governors is going to get a projector. It has been passed. And the purpose is to show what lines are doing. The purpose is to go to the clubs, call that community people, show them what we are doing. Then we get the benefits. So this is what is my view, sir. And I am available. Whatever way you want me to be remain available, I will be available. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Director Ladiaji, for bringing out a different dimension also to overall discussion in next 2 days. Basically, mainly the PR of our activities, how we can improve, or maybe the education of new members, that is what you have said, and of course the case study of the attrition of members and droppage of clubs. That could be definitely a good case study also. But let me also assure you that as I said, there are challenges, there are deficits of integrity, but at the same time, efforts of the council chairpersons and district governors at all levels are also equally highly really appreciable, and that is how we have also been able to maintain the surplus in Isame area. Of course, the challenges are there. I think that in next 2 days we will have both the discussions, the challenges that we are facing and also the successes that we have been achieving. That will keep a good balance, and to those people who have really worked hard towards the growth, they will feel that their efforts are also being appreciated. I think in next 2 days discussion we will focus on both the areas that would really help us go in. And of course, as you said, how we can improve the communication, how we can do marketing linism. And thank you for the news that each district is being provided with a projector to project linism in their various community. These are some new things that are going to come up in next 2 days. This is really going to build up the moral of the membership that is going to be present tomorrow and day after. Thank you once again, Laliji, for your inputs. And later, when I go through the agenda of the next 2 days, you will find the same thing that you have been suggesting, both of you, sustainable membership, or maybe I would say more visible project, impactful project. These are the subjects that we are going to take up in next 2 days. And of course, the learning programs, how they can make a quality learning program. It's not only doing the learning programs. These are the 3 focus areas in next 2 days that we will be discussing. Thank you very much, Nageji. We have our another very, I would say, devoted, sincere, passionate lion amongst us, our International Director, Lion Vamsida Babu. I request you to kindly address the gathering. Of course, friends, we are little behind the schedule. We started 15 minutes late. I'm sure somewhere or the other we will make up, but we'll go through the entire agenda because it is definitely dependent on this meeting how we are going to be successful in the on the conclave. Please, each and every one of you, please understand your goal for next day and maybe up to 30th June. That will really make us successful. With this, I request Lion Vamsida Babu, ID, to kindly address us.
Thank you, P.I. Narendra Bhandari. Good afternoon, friends. First, let me confess that most of my linistic leadership I have served on the LCIF and not on LCI. I have always been an LCIF man. But my first step to leadership under the leadership of P.I.D. Krishna Reddy, I have served as a district chairman for extension. I still remember 2006 and 7. AP Singh sir, what you said, we used to implement in 2006 and 7 in our municipality. Subsequently, that got diluted for whatever reasons not known to me. Even now, wherever I go and speak, I insist that that should be done. But unfortunately, the governors of today, for various reasons, are not able to do that. With coming to the fee waiver, I'm of a very strong opinion that that was not required. If somebody who is not able to pay $35 wants to become a member of this organization, I do not know what he or she is going to support this organization in the future with. And I want to ask the leadership, the senior leadership present here. I was present in the board of directors meeting, the only director from India and Isami representing. Physically. But the question of the waiver fees was announced suddenly to us, and nobody even bothered to even talk to. When they talk of Isami as a constitution area which gives the largest membership growth, I do not know how many of the leaders sitting here were considered when the decision was taken to give the fee waiver. Why? The membership committee, Sir, membership committee for the GMA, they had a combined meeting with the leadership committee, explained us, and even gaga about their GMA success. No, but no, sir. No. If I should not talk, I will not talk. My question is, fee waiver is creating a problem in our area. I am talking of our area only. I am not talking of international. They might have taken the decision in international perspective. I am not against that. But in our area, it's being misused. That's my opinion. I may be wrong. You can say as the area leaders and the council chairman can speak your point, but I feel that it is being misused. And I strongly agree with what P.I.D. Singh says that if what Nepal is following, which we were following earlier, is followed, I am sure the lot of attrition could be stopped. And another thing I find is the members being brought into the clubs, we are not considering whether they fit into the culture and the way that club works. They are just being brought in for the sake of their number. So that's where I feel, I have seen a lot of attrition because they are not able to mix with the members of the clubs they are being admitted to. Whenever somebody has asked me that we would like to join a Lions Club, I have never given a name of a club directly, tried to understand their profession, what their area of interest is, try to identify a club in our district which would suit them the best possible way and ask them to go and join that club rather than asking them to come and join my club or any other club. And last thing I would say is, in more than the indoctrination, I think we need to be able to create the pride in a member who's coming to this organization. On a lighter note, the recent RLLI where I was a faculty, I asked, why did you become a lion? Somebody told me it's a status symbol. So I asked them, what do you tell when you want to go and ask somebody to come and join this organization? We are 104 years old. We are the largest organization in the world. We have 1.4 lakh million people. If that is the only thing which is bringing these members, I think that is also causing the attrition. We are not able to exactly tell them why they should join an organization like Lions Club International. So if we can debate on some of these issues, and maybe right or wrong doesn't matter, but I have my own view which I have expressed it, but that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali Vamsidar, for spelling out what you really, your study about the growth in our area. Thank you very much for your suggestions about grooming membership. Of course, in next 2 days, this is what we are going to achieve. A lot of, all of us have some idea of the other, what is the challenge. But we have not collectively addressed that challenge, and that is what I think the next 2 days we will be able to guide all our district governors and the GAT coordinators as to how we can really achieve those steps. Moving further, next item on the agenda is overview. I don't mind, otherwise agenda, we had observations by PID, area leaders, council chairperson, specialists. Just 1 minute. No, we will give, okay, we will do that. It will be pleasure because this is going to be more, we want to listen to you. We will have little deviate from the agenda. We will have views from the participants. Maybe 10 minutes we can allow all of you to participate. But moreover, if you are going to discuss about your observations for last 7 months, we have a different agenda tomorrow also. About the deliberations up to now, you are all open to discuss. Yes, please. Hello.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you very much, and all the distinguished line leaders and as fellow colleagues. Very good afternoon to all of you. Actually, my 39 years of life, we are passing through a very, very crucial time. As I have said, that this waiver has put us this kind of today what I said, you have to listen because this is a result of this waiver. You can remember couple of years back, only 7 days there was a waiver. Anybody can open new clubs for 22nd or 30th, then once or something. That is the starting. And 100 years passed, we have never come across. And now with the areas, those clubs created on that time, this club are going on. So, as you said, rightly said, sir, the club is created by the district governors and said very with the due respect to them. Even they don't think that because of the maintenance other things they created and 1 year is done. So wherever we have Moralan is here, we have been we have protested that this waiver should not be given because that's great problem for our growth. That is the thing. We the area we are agreeing everyone that there should not be any waiver. Now again, he's already there. Now help us. What we can do? That's what I'm saying. Because blame is coming to us. Because yes, sir. Because no, it's an angry that's the anguish of the people of the area. This is, we people are working very hard, Raju bhai. Day and night, I have been GMT area for 3 years before also. The efforts we have been giving as area for last 2 or 3 years is enormous. We have given time, energy, and going door to door, going to the clubs and motivating governors, other things. But somewhere there is some drainage, all our efforts going to the water. So that's the latest. And as I said, we should.
You have expressed your opinions.
Thank you,
It
sir.
has been a board decision. So let's not debate on that decision which has already been taken. So let's. Yes, anybody else wants to speak on the agenda up to now?
If you allow me, just only 5 seconds. One thing I missed. We are badly missing the systems of membership. If you go in and see the system provided by LCI, the new member should come for 2 meetings. Then they should be brought to the membership committee. The membership committee should talk to them. Please, yourself think of it. Are we doing it? If you are not doing, then who should be blamed? You and me only. So this passing away of this system is another good problem. So this is what I thought that I should also share with you. And Virendra bhai, if you want, I can get you a team of Ahmedabad who can do a study of all this and give you a case study prepared that why we are losing this kind of membership and why there is no retention. It will be an excellent case study, let me tell you.
Thank you, Rajesh, for your suggestion and your support for doing that case study. But we will definitely consider having the case study done because we have been discussing about it. But there has been a lot of research, but we are not coming to a conclusion what we should be doing. Thank you very much. Now I think can we log out of the Zoom meeting so that we can focus on our discussion? Yeah, do you all permit? Yeah. We have a tea break at 4:30. That I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. Khagan, just a minute. It is not ready. But if you want a technical break for 5 minutes, just to deviate from the subject, we are now directly going into the subjects. And the next 1 hour, we are going to see all the figures and facts and our achievements and our goals. And I would like everybody to concentrate on that, because on that will depend our successes and challenges in our today's discussion. So if you want, okay, but then we will have a long meeting later. Okay, what does the majority say? You want a tea break now or after 1 hour? Fine. No, I don't mind. I am with you totally, because whatever length of time we will continue the meeting. No, I give you a break of 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes. Please reassemble at 4 o'clock. Is that okay? Please reassemble at 4 o'clock. ठीक है ना, तो अभी 3:45 हुए, मैंने 10 मिनट बोला लेकिन 15 मिनट का ब्रेक दिया. अच्छा, please, all the leaders, the pin certificate that has been given, they kindly check it. Jitendra ji, welcome. Both the ID endorsees, Madan Gopal and Jitendra, welcome to you. Welcome back, the leadership. Thank you for the support and the time that you have been giving. The next item on the agenda will be overview about the meeting with leadership and GAT Islamic Conclave. Basically, I just want to brief you that this meeting of leadership is basically planned in such a way that tomorrow the conclave is more of discussion and not on lecture style. So in those discussions, I would request all the council chairpersons and area leaders to lead the team of their respective multiples. The sitting arrangement will be multiple district-wise. Now, wherever there are more than 5 participants from one multiple, 10, 20. Now, for example, 324 has about 30 participants. So we will allot 5 tables to multiple district 324. 30 participants will sit there. The multiple council chairperson and area leader will monitor all the 5 clubs throughout all the discussions. When I come on the agenda, you will understand that the 3 important sessions of 1.5 hours each are going to be on discussion. First, we will be discussing on what has gone right, what has not gone well. That discussion will happen. Then those discussions on the table, the gist of that will be taken on each table, and the report of that will not be presented, but it will be filled up in a Google form. So each table will fill up a Google form, and all the suggestions, all the findings, all the observations will be caught up on the Google form. Then there will be 30 minutes some break, like wherein other discussions, other presentations will happen. During that 30 minutes, the leadership, I would request the leadership, the PIDs and IDs, to sit on those Google forms, and the crust of it, the gist of it, will be presented in the joint meeting. Okay. The second, again, there will be group discussion wherein we will be discussing strategies, like the challenges that have come out today in the presentation. Strategies for next 6 months. How are we going to achieve sustainable growth? How are we going to have quality leadership programs? How are we going to promote impactful services? There will be again discussions, right, on each table. Those discussions, again, they will be monitored by one ID and one PID. Rather, I have requested APC to take up the group discussion on sustainable membership growth, along with our Sampat, but our Sampat is not there, so I will request maybe Jitendra Singh to join that group. In the leadership group, Sunil Kumar, but his health is a challenge, and there I think Dr. V.K. Ladia and Sunil Kumar, I will ask one of the PID to join that group. And but he will be required in the membership maybe. Let's work it out. And in the service group, impactful and high visibility services, how to achieve. That group will be totally led by Praveen Chajed and Vamsidhar Babu. So these three groups will separately discuss. Again, there the threes will be taken, and again in the joint group, 15-minute presentation by each leader of their group discussion will also come out. So here, maximum opportunity we are giving to the district governor and the GAT coordinators to have discussion about their experiences, about their feelings, and the third, again group discussion is going to take place on projection. What do we want to achieve by 31st December and 30th June? For these discussions, we have provided templates to all the district governors and all the GAT coordinators. I would request multiple council chairpersons and area leaders to kindly, all those districts which are not represented here, to kindly talk to them telephonically, get their data filled up, so that your entire, now I have also given worksheets for the multiple districts, all the multiple council chairpersons, area leaders, and the leadership also has it. And on this worksheet of multiple districts, you can put your each district data and total up your multiple data. For each item, whether it is new clubs, whether it is new members, whether it is percentage of service reporting, whether it is learning program, all those 6 items. Wherever they are not there, you fill up. And tomorrow, all the governors and GAT teams have been provided their district template, individual district template. So they will have come with their data, right? Now some of them may not have brought their data. So you have to motivate them, you have to guide them to fill up those data. Get me? Now the first day, as I told you, when those data will be discussed, I will show you some figures that we have looked. On those figures, we have given them one template to discuss about the strategies. We have given them template, they would have come ready with it. Finding on each table, again I am repeating, they will be filled in by a link on Google Form, right? So there are not going to be any presentations because the agenda is little longer. Then one item also on the agenda is quiz. For quiz, we have done pre-conclave presentations on GMT, GLT and GST. Depending on those presentations, we will have a quiz, live quiz. It will be taken up, the speed and the presentation, then we will make some presentation, little fun type, but at the same time how serious they have been about the toolboxes that we have in supporting. Then we have presentation on campaign 100, what is the exact role of GAT in campaign 100, how GAT can support, rather it's a part of GAT, not part of GAT, but it is the duty of the GAT to support campaign 100. So how we can do that also will be there. Then there is going to be a little show on Leo integration. Now we are trying to consolidate Leo program, collect the data, and then there are Leo panelists. So the Leo panelists and people will make presentation on what exactly is that Leo panel, what exactly is Leo integration program, and how Leo program is beneficial to the district. That little presentation will be there to motivate or inform the district governors how they can be helpful. Then there is solid discussion for about 30 to 40 minutes on very important subject which I will take up here itself, and that is how far we have been successful in implementing GAT program. Maybe at cabinet meeting, maybe at council meeting, maybe at club board of directors meeting, whether the GAT is discussed or not, and how we can improve upon it. Because we find successes also of GAT program being implemented in multiple districts, like in 324. I attended that conclave. In 3232, I attended that conclave. How effective that has been, GAT conclave at district level, multiple level, that discussion we will take up so that from learning the success stories from that, the other districts can pick up on those subjects. Then of course this meeting here, we will invest more time on discussion on financial suspension. All of you, or rather each district governor has been sent the list of the financial suspension club. Each district governor has been sent. Now fortunately from 1344 we have come down to 1125 today, and I am sure by end of November we will come below 1000 if we really make good effort. And in past we have seen the involvement of leadership, past directors and area leaders and all, they have really helped to save the club. Many clubs from, if you remember Sanjay, it was similar figure and we could bring it down to 400 or 500. Yeah, this should come, but unless and until we make effort, then what happens? Then they go into cancellation, then again reorganization, the long process starts. That I don't want to speak. We will have discussion on those subjects also in today's meeting. Now, for some time, I will go through the data of various facts and figures as goes against achievement, right? And then we'll come down to the other agenda processes. We will have some representative from the hotel here. If you want tea and coffee, you can ask on your table.
It's very high.
Okay.
We need to put it.
You want the temperature low? Okay.
It's too high.
Is it too hot or too cold?
Here,
Is it too cold?
temperature should be lower.
That is okay.
It's too cold.
Anyway, now let's see the figures that we have in front of us. I trust each and every one of you. Okay, Chairman. This data which I am sharing with you has also been shared with most of the district governors. Has been also shared with most of the district governors, and based on these data, we have asked them to fill up the table. Okay? See, this is the agenda for the conclave. This item we have kept little later. Let me show some figures. Now, as far as clubs growth is concerned, as on November 16th, the worldwide figure, it shows that 1,120 clubs have been extended in the world, and 33,934 is the net membership growth worldwide. Now, compared to that, ISAME, if you see, now this is figure on 16th November. There is little more increase in this. As far as the clubs is concerned, 861 clubs, and net membership growth from ISAME has been 21,936. Now, let's come to service activities. Service activities percentage of reporting worldwide has been 50%. And worldwide, 135 million people have been. Now, as compared to that, if you see ISAME, it's a good, really good achievement. My compliment to all of you. Average percentage of reporting in ISAME has been 72%, with two districts, 320 and 3232, achieving 100% reporting. Here, the host district, okay, host multiple districts, 100%. But here I would request Nilofer, if you have that data of 100% reporting, how many districts have achieved 100% reporting? As of? How much? Otherwise, tomorrow you get the latest figure, how many districts, huh? And it's a good news that 91 million people have been served from ISAME. And even if you see today's report, we have crossed 100 million. Now here, of course, this figure, as per international record and as per the report of the clubs, this figure has been, total is 135. Almost 100. We have crossed 100. Yes. Now here also, now we have to see vis-a-vis also.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
To Nilofer. How does she define 100% reporting? Is it the 100% clubs of that district have reported on all categories, or you explain that?
This is the reporting after the result and report.
No, it is like this.
Basically, it says
Vijay, Varma.
one club has to report at least one activity.
Okay.
100%, counted 100%. That's how it is.
Any one activity?
Yes, one is-
Somebody please, can you share the mic?
That is how it is. So 100% club.
Just one at a time. Bhavana, just one. Vijay Das, let her first explain. Yes. Vijay, is it clear? Or you?
That's what we are going to understand.
Mic one and another.
It is said that even if one club reports one activity, it is 100% for that club.
For that month?
For that club. No, for the year.
एक मिनट सुभाष भाई.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It is, a club had to just report an activity in the span of 365 days, one activity that counts into 1 year. That is not every month.
Yeah.
One activity report 100%.
On the
That's how
activity
it's
and members
Don't
of
get
leadership.
carried away by this. I
Service
mean,
activity.
me,
Only service.
I have great respect for those two multiple chapters. Don't get me wrong. This is a question that one of the meetings asked.
One activity in a year.
Gone over this time and again.
That's how it is.
This is the wrong metric.
This metric for LCI, you need to look at it now.
But the fact is, at least each club has one service activity.
Not the different thing.
No, you see, if you measure along with it may be more than one. It's not necessary with only
At
one.
least, at least.
At least, it's minimum.
Minimum of one.
Actually, this matrix is misleading.
Nilofer, 1 minute. One at a time and we will come to some good discussion.
No, congratulations everybody for ensuring that every club has reported at least one activity. I want to not go into the direction in which we went at Hyderabad. We've spoken what we've spoken, many of us have already heard it. My intent is not to repeat it again and again. So I agree with what you are saying, Vijay. I'm coming on something else, totally something else. Let's solve the membership problem. Simple solution. Simple solution. Can the leadership sitting around the table here ensure that every club will induct at least one new member? That's all, nothing more. I'm not even looking at a net growth in every club.
Yep.
I'm not looking at that.
No, but they fall.
I am not looking at anything else. I'm looking at the simplest metric. You see, this metric is good, but it leads us to conclusions. It makes us a feel-good factor, but it's not a do-good factor. It leads us into a feel-good factor. The point is, if we are working so closely with 100%, even my district, I challenged it in my own district, in my own council meeting, when my own sub-district reported 100%. I'm a council chair here, and I said the same thing there. So I'm not saying it about others. I'm saying it about my own district inclusive. Can we have every club induct in the 12 months in a linistic year, every club induct at least one new member? You do it. If one multiple is doing it, fantastic, congratulations. If you're wanting to take decisions, and if you can take the simplest decision, this helps you in a lot of correction that takes place in the world.
I'm not giving you 1 minute. We will come to that discussion for the next slide when we will come to each district, how many members are joined. And some district which has not joined even single. At least come down to district level, then we will go down to club level. Once we understand some district have not even sponsored one club, that discussion will come. Now let us focus. Induction of member only AP, what I am trying to say. Now let us focus on service report.
Can I give
We
a comment
feel-
on that service angle? I have a mind. I am not sure whether there are some awards or anything for the 100% reporting. No, let me complete with that. According to me, it's a recognition of the administrative efficiency of Alliance Club that they are reporting. And if you do not encourage it, the club will never report. That is point number one, Nandu. Number two, I don't think we should ridicule a district, multiple districts for reporting 100%. Let us see the number of beneficiaries of the 322 and 2320 and then compare whether it is a number game or whether they have done the actual service activities. So 320, as far as 3232 is concerned, they have done 17 million service activities besides 100%. So whether you, in terms of beneficiaries or reporting, that's an outstanding one. So I don't think we should ridicule a district एक कर दी और वो हो गया ऐसा नहीं है, because according to me it's an outstanding efforts of administration efficiency of a Alliance Club.
No, let us not mix up two discussions, please. Just a minute, Ladeji. What I would request is, let us focus on the discussion what is in front of us. Let us not deviate the discussion. What we say that service metrics, service activity reporting metric is a question, because when we say 91 million people served by 10,000 clubs, there is a question mark that whether really that reporting is genuine. That is our concern. Am I right, AP? The other question is, when a club reports once in a year, it amounts to 100% reporting of that district. Now, whether this system is okay or do we want to
Change.
1 minute. Or we want to recommend to international that this system of evaluating 100% could be reconsidered. If we feel that there are clubs which are not reporting even one activity in a year, in that place, whether this administration efficiency of a club, awareness of a club of reporting one activity, whether it is helping us to sustain the club. What I am asking again is, whether reporting activity on service once in a year to be counted as 100%, whether it helps the club in its sustainability or we want to give little different dimension. Let us discuss that. I think that would be better. Yes, AP, your input please.
I think we are going somewhere else. We'll go away from the subject of this conclave. Let's stay for the subject of the conclave. Let's stay for the focus of the conclave. We can't alter the systems of LCI in this conclave. The point is, we've seen 100% reporting, we've received clarification. All that it means is that that club has reported at least one service activity during this fiscal year. This is what this means. We've understood that.
So we have no challenge.
That's fine.
Challenge or not challenge, what is the question? We don't need to have an opinion about everything. We now understand what that metric means.
I sit here for the opinion.
I have an example and I need a reply, please. If a district has 100 clubs, the district calls the governor put, let's say, 80% or 60%. Okay. Among the 100 clubs, 40 clubs has reported 90 active service activity. How do we count it? We counted 40%?
40%.
Yes, 40%.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move. Yeah.
My purpose in asking this question was, this matrix was misleading, saying that giving a feeling any district or a multiple, that 100% of that multiple clubs are reporting. It is a misleading fact. Don't get me wrong and who's who. It's important that endeavor must be maximum number of clubs report. If you get complacent about this 100% because once one is reported, that may not be true reflection in terms of report. Nothing more, nothing less.
No, you see, Vijay, it also means that 40% of other clubs are not reported at all. So that is equally bad. Rather than what is appreciated, what they have not done, that you see 49% reporting, 59% reporting, that means nearly 50% of the clubs is not, multiple are not even reporting. We should focus on that rather than why they are doing 100%.
I think if anybody is getting this feeling it's wrong, we're not talking about those two. Any reflection of a number of a statistic matrix shall be, should take us to next level, that's what I'm saying.
What is the purpose of this?
So shall, okay. Now this is about the local training reporting. This is about the local training reporting. This is to encourage, there are a lot of training programs happening. International depends on the various reports to reflect to the achievements at the international level. And that is where these figures are important. The learning events, the worldwide, if you say 1,953 activities have taken place and 70,000. And if you really see the learning activities happening in our ISAM area, whether it is PhD schooling or whether it is cabinet officer schooling, the numbers could go much, much higher. But our people are not reporting. Our people are not reporting, and that is where the council chairpersons, the area leaders can organize a learning, training, reporting that can really improve those learning records. Am I right, Sunena? That is what is important. Now, if you see ISAMI learning reporting, it is total learning events that has happened is 548, and if you see participants is 32,000, and 56% districts have only reporting learning. Next is new club goals. Now here I would request all of you to take care. The new club goals that were submitted by the districts in the beginning of the year, this is the multiple district, 1,301 was the goal.
I don't know why. Read it clearly.
You want to make little bit of prose so that bigger prose. Bigger prose. Enlarge. Would you enlarge it? Enlarge it.
See, totally, can we focus on this? Hello?
Yeah.
Total target that were taken by the various districts, it was 1,301. It's good that we have extended 861 clubs, and now it is almost 900 by November. Now this is the goal for the entire year. So only 440 clubs remain to be sponsored in the balance period. Now in tomorrow's work, we will again take the revised figure of the target. So in this area, if you can say that we have done reasonably well, each multiple figures are also there. So let us also see the multiple wise figures. Now these are the multiple wise figures. If you see 305, that is Pakistan 23 clubs, that means 50% of their goal has been achieved. 306, also they have exceeded more than 50%. 315 also. Now you just see 320 has exceeded their goal. So is there any input from any council chairman or area leader? How are we moving? 321, 112 was the target. 64 clubs have been extended. The 48 clubs remain to be extended. Yes.
Speak here. 317 out of 88 goal, 40 clubs are from one district. Yes. One district gave a goal of extending 40 clubs. How much is there in this center? From the council meeting record yesterday I am talking about.
27.
What 20? Originally it was 27. Yeah. So if you remove that out of 27, how much has been done?
13 done now.
So 14 shortfall is from one district. Let's say it's giving a wrong figure.
I'll come to the district wise figures if you want. Just 1 minute.
Not only my district. I am only trying to understand this.
See, this is the
Districts have performed in a multiple. One district not performed in it.
1 minute. let us focus on this slide, please. Can we,
Still time is there.
Krishna, let's focus on this slide where we have the highest number of clubs extended was from 3 to 5 B2. And whereas we have about 8 to 9 districts which has not extended a single club.
Sir, is it but 200? They are not up to date, sir.
No, let us figure out both the things. As far as clubs is concerned, we have more than about more than 80 clubs, more than 70 districts which have sponsored less than 10 clubs. Now here is where the area leaders and council chairpersons. I trust you are focusing on discussing with the district governors about extension of club. Now when we have about 10 districts which has not extended a single club, especially 316, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 clubs which are 4 districts which has not extended a single club. So there is a scope, Vijay.
Yeah.
There is a scope that they can,
They are working on that.
they are working on it. It is not serial wise, it is the highest to lowest. Highest to lowest. This is the highest to lowest.
It's not that in one multiple, there are 5 clubs.
Yeah.
The governor who had only given 2 clubs as his goal, and he has 1 full year's time. And I'm sure he had this 50% goal, it doesn't want, he wanted to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, any measurement, are we doing a measurement, are we sharing information?
No, this is sharing information. There is no comparison, please. Please, all of you, please understand, there is no comparison that is going on here. It is only sharing information which can guide the area leaders, which can guide the council chairperson, where they can focus more. Yes, please.
What I'm speaking is purely my experience. It is totally up to you whether to give it credence or not. It's whatever my limited experience is. New club charter standalone figure is an extremely misleading figure. Please do not get misled by it at a leadership level. Please don't. New club charter figure must be read along with club cancellation figure and club suspension figure. New club charter figure stand alone will lead us to a false sense of comfort, the comfort which actually does not exist. So, what is the new club charter? What is the club cancellation figure charter? Number of clubs cancelled? What is the clubs in financial suspension, to which you apply a standard formula which may be applicable to your multiple district? Generally, we have learned, PID Sanjay, PID Vijay, who have as much experience in membership, generally we have learned for the clubs that go into cancellation, at least 30 to 40% get lost. 60-70% returning to good status is a very good average of it returning to good, active status. But if your multiple has a better ratio, use a better ratio, no issues about it. But if we look only at the new club charter, we are looking at half the story. And ultimate goal for a district is not about how many new club it charters in a year. Ultimate goal is what is the net club growth. Ultimate goal should be not the number of new clubs chartered. Ultimate goal should be what is the net club growth. Net club growth and net membership growth are different things. So we should look at both. What is the net club growth? That is important. I'll get back to you. If a district has chartered 10 clubs, but if it's lost already 9 clubs, effect is just 1. And if a club district has chartered 5 clubs and has not lost a club, that's a better position to be in. If a district has chartered 3 clubs and has not lost a club, that is a much better position to be in than to have chartered 10 clubs and lost 9 clubs. So study both of them side by side. Do not study them in isolation.
Thank you, AP, for bringing that to notice, but it is there, as compared to new clubs, we also have a data of drop clubs. And even at Isami level, if you see, this year, if we have extended 900 clubs, the club dropped are 420. So that way, club growth has been given all the time by Isami.
Of course.
So focusing on club growth, what I am trying to say, and I think let us discuss on that, because tomorrow this is also going to be important. Whether we should promote new club growth, whether we should give them new club technique or not, that is also going to happen. Now, if you see the number of clubs extended and number of clubs dropped, it is going to vary always, because the last year governor may have extended 100 clubs, and this year those clubs are getting dropped. And at the same time, this year district governor, if you don't encourage him to extend the new clubs, the last year governor, the clubs which have been extended badly may go drop.
Exactly.
So we are
That is what VIP card is.
We are talking about three.
So that is what I am saying.
What you were talking that take 1 year view.
They are changing this
So that the last year drops.
So that comes from this study, no? That is coming from this study. This study is a guideline for all of us for tomorrow's discussion. When you discuss in the club strategies or maybe challenges, why there is a club droppage, then you, as rightly said by AP, tomorrow when you lead your district governors, this is going to come out. The district governors are going to say the same thing. Ki last year the clubs were badly extended. That is why there is a droppage.
You referred specifically to 316, There was a governor who extended last year 61 clubs. And the governor is unable to perform now.
No, I think
They're all going.
my apology, just a minute. Please take this data as a data. This is no comparison, and this is not, we're talking of any specific district or multiple. This data gives us a guideline, what is happening rightly and what is happening wrongly. Now, if this data tells us that suppose if somebody has extended 112 clubs, 325B2, right? Khagendra, Sanjay. Now, how this has happened? Now, tomorrow you will have to share. Tomorrow you will have to share.
This is my home district, which extended 167 plus last year. So every time the governor in next year may not drop, and we are having 112, and we will cross 167. But we need to see the whole picture, what the drops are coming. Extension is important, drops has to be included, and then working for suspension club, because suspension saving can be made. So the whole figure has to be seen.
The question is, Sanjay,
Ramanji.
the question is,
My
one
turn
year
over
fee
there.
you take, 1 year fee you take, what are the chances of them dropping in second or third year?
Okay, I tell you,
Mike, one.
should I ask?
Yeah, please.
1 year is the minimum fees, but what we encourage is to pay the full fees of next year. Not 2 years, but this year fees and the next year. That means that they are remaining with Lions Club for 3 years, and the drop rates are highest in these 3 years. The statistics says that the drop rates are higher in the 3 years, and if in 3 years we are unable to keep themselves with us, तो लाइनिज्म का नशा नहीं लगा, so we are unable to keep themselves in with us, then there is some problem with us. So that is the theory. I mean, the way we work. But 1 year is great way of doing. We have $43 1 year fee, matter closes. So Khagendra has given some studies, I don't know.
Sir, can I?
Let him complete, then Raman Gupta, and then.
We may not follow the model because the sizes does not matches, and the many ways we have worked might not match. But I would see for any model, suppose from any multiple, include the drops. Without new clubs, numbers might not increase. If you see statically, generally the numbers which you bring in the clubs gets dropped. That doesn't mean that we should not increase within club. But you see the statistics, those who have brought the new clubs has brought the net growth also. So I would suggest that let us see it in the full picture, so that we know. And I would say the district governor who have the target of 3 clubs, does 2 clubs and says that 2/3 of it is completed, aesthetically he may be correct, but then his district and his linism is at loss, because if you keep target at a right figure, whatsoever is right for you, and try level best, don't keep the target lower. That's my suggestion.
My request, one, sir, please, sorry for interruption. Please don't, any suggestions or discussions, don't take it personally. This is a general view everybody is expressing. What is happening, sometimes you are taking it little personal to my district or my, Vijay, let me know. So let the discussion flow go on. As we have a success story of 112 clubs, we are challenging the story of 0 clubs. Now, whether the district governor of 0 clubs has not had any target, has not made any effort, and we still lie low, that we don't push him to club, that is also not going to help us. So that is what we are discussing in general. In general, if you see, on an average, around 10 clubs could be a good target which a district governor can take up, or something of that sort could be discussed. Am I right, Sanjay? Now, just Ramanji and then our council chairman. Yeah, Raman. आप अंदर ही
थैंक यू सर। सर, जब से हमारी ये मीटिंग आज शुरू हुई है, हमारा 2 ही प्रॉब्लम पे हमारी चर्चा चल रही है, एक मेंबरशिप के ऊपर और एक सर्विस के ऊपर।
Can you please speak in English, because mostly
ठीक है, आप ट्रांसलेट करें।
हाँ ठीक, ओके।
समस्या हमारी मेंबरशिप कैसे बढ़े, और दूसरी जो है भी, जो हमारी संस्था का मोटिव है पीपल सर्विस, लोगों की सेवा, वो कैसे पूरी हो। सबसे पहले तो पिछले 3 सालों से जो मैंने देखा है, क्लब अगर बने बहुत ज्यादा है, अगर मेंबरशिप की ग्रोथ हुई है, उसके साथ हम देखें तो हमारे कैंसल क्लबों की भी संख्या जो है, नंबर्स, वो काफी बढ़ गए हैं उससे पिछले 3 साल पहले से। उसका कारण वही है भी $35 जो वेवर है, लेकिन अगर उसकी हम एवरेज निकालें तो वो वेवर से हमें फायदा जरूर मिला है भी, क्लबों की, नए क्लबों की संख्या बढ़ी है, और पुराने जो कैंसल क्लब, जैसे अगर मैं पर्टिकुलर अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात करूं, अपने होम डिस्ट्रिक्ट की, तो पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड क्लब जो कि स्पॉन्सर्ड बाय कैंडिडेट एट द टाइम ऑफ इलेक्शन, अगर माहौल ठीक है तो वो क्लब अपने आप धीरे धीरे बंद होते जा रहे हैं। एज ए जोन चेयरपर्सन मैंने 2016-17 में काम किया।
एक मिनट
सर, मैं एक एक्सपीरियंस की बात बताता हूँ, और कई डिस्ट्रिक्टों में लागू।
मैं थोड़ा ट्रांसफर करके, दिस इज फॉर द नॉलेज ऑफ ऑल ऑफ अस. What he basically says that the discussion for last 2 hours has been focused mainly on membership growth and secondly on how to improve our services. These were the 2 focus areas. In membership growth, his finding, his suggestion is most of the new clubs that are coming up, they are mostly sponsored by candidates and they are fictitious club or they are not properly made clubs.
No sir, न्यू क्लब नहीं, जो क्लब कैंसिल हो रहे हैं उनमें से कुछ क्लब ऐसे ही बंद हो रहे हैं जो जिनको स्पॉन्सरशिप नहीं मिल रही, जो कि उनको मिलती थी इलेक्शन के टाइम या कुछ। नए क्लब तो इसलिए बन रहे हैं भी वेवर है और नए मेंबर $35 का फायदा उठा रहे हैं।
रमन जी, जैसे
if this is happening under the nose and under the eyes of the leadership of the district or the multiple district, I mean, what are we discussing? How can this happen under the nose and the eyes of the leadership of the concerned district or the multiple district? Anything happens in hiding, that's something separate, we will address it. But if this is happening under the nose and eyes of the leadership, as my friend the council chair is stating, as if it's a common practice कि सभी जगह ऐसा होता है या फिर वो उसको sponsorship, they stop getting that sponsorship from the candidates and so they are closed. I mean, this is a classic example of integrity deficit. I mean, this is a classic example of integrity deficit. So what are we trying to get at?
No sir, let me complete. हमारे होम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 85 क्लब थे 2017 में, आज 156 क्लब हैं और उसमें से सर नए क्लबों में से 4 क्लब बंद हुए हैं पिछले 5 सालों में से। अगर टोटल 20 क्लब हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बंद हुए हैं तो वो पुराने क्लब थे, जो 16 क्लब थे वो पिछले 5 साल में उससे पहले के बने हुए क्लब थे।
Raman ji, one minute. What he is trying to say, there are two different views of cancellation of club. There are 2 ways the clubs are cancelled. One is the old clubs which are not being favored by candidates are getting cancelled more in your area. That is what you are trying to say. Not necessarily that new clubs are getting cancelled. Am I right?
Yes.
That is what you are saying. That is one area or you are finding. In some areas, what we also say that there are some clubs that are coming up and they are, I would say they are not sustained for a longer period. That is also another view. Right? Now, from this, it is not any area we are discussing the challenges that are being faced. So there are both challenges. One, the new clubs are getting cancelled very fast in some areas, and some areas old clubs are getting cancelled because they are not favored by the candidate. Right? बराबर है? So in tomorrow's discussion, those things can come up and how to overcome that. That is what we are going to discuss.
Last year in our district, as a district governor, 25 new clubs sponsored, 12 clubs cancelled. In our multiple, net growth is 1360 members, net growth. 1100 net growth in our district out of 1360. नहीं सर, मैं उस बात पे आ रहा हूँ कि मेंबरशिप बढ़ाना कोई मुश्किल काम नहीं है। अब मैं बात करूंगा मेंबरशिप के ऊपर।
रमन जी एक बात करिए। Now I think we should stop discussing the numbers. Let us talk only the causes.
Okay.
What is the challenges? Let us not discuss numbers, Raman ji, or for all of us. This is the cause. This is the success story. Now, like 112 clubs as Sanjay has said, what is the success story? How does he achieve it? On another side, there are say 100 clubs getting closed. What are the reasons of closing? Both we have discussed. Almost everybody has heard the discussion, right? So, हम अभी will not go on numbers, will not go on multiples, or will not go on district. I think that way the discussion will go a little faster. ठीक है रमन जी?
सर, अगर हमारे इसामे में 10,000 क्लब है, अगर उसमें से हम अगर टोटल इसामे की मेंबरशिप हमारी अराउंड 4 लाख के करीब होगी, अगर इंडिया की 286 है तो उसमें अगर हम एक्टिव मेंबर्स लें, अगर फैमिली मेंबर्स को छोड़ दें तो वो 40-50 हजार रह जाते हैं। अगर 50,000 मेंबर ये सोचे भी मैंने एक मेंबर बढ़ाना है तो 50,000 मेंबर हमारे इसामे में बढ़ सकते हैं। क्लबें हर एक क्लब, क्योंकि हर एक क्लब, अभी बात करी डालिया जी ने, हमारे आईजी साहब ने भी 5 मेंबर्स के क्लबों का क्या होगा, जो 5 मेंबर्स के क्लब हैं तो वहां तो मेंबरशिप बढ़नी ही है। तो हर एक क्लब में मेंबरशिप नहीं बढ़ाई जा सकती। मेंबरशिप अगर बढ़ेगी तो उन 50,000 मेंबर से ही बढ़ेगी जो एक्टिव हैं। अगर मैं पूरे वर्ल्ड में 14 लाख मेंबर्स की बात करूं तो एक्टिव मेंबर उसमें 3 लाख ही हैं।
रमन जी सुनिए, see this discussion will be endless. 2 things that you have pointed out is very right. There are 2 ways the clubs are getting cancelled. One is the clubs which are not formed in proper process, so they are getting cancelled. And on another side, there are old clubs which are surviving on favor. They are also getting cancelled. Correct? So for that, what do you suggest? That is what we will be discussing. Yeah. You wanted to add?
See, I think we are jumping on certain things which we need to discuss it separately in different sections. And that's the reason we are going to be here for another 2 days, right? Narendra ji, I want to only give you one suggestion. The statistics should not be put in piecemeal. The statistics should always be put together. Now we are giving the number of clubs, right? Okay. But simultaneously, if you make a chart where all the statistics related to that, cancellation of clubs, number of members, and all that, then perhaps at one line itself we can see the performance, or we can see the, you say that it's the statistics, I agree, you say it's only the numbers. But simultaneously we are getting displayed by that number also. So if statistics are to be prepared, to my mind, it should be a complete statistic, giving the full picture of that particular district or multiple.
Thank you for your suggestion, but this statistic is available to everybody every day. If you go on the dashboard, Ladia ji, every district gets every day figure, how many clubs are extended, how many clubs are dropped. This is a consolidated data. Now if you see 3 to 5 figures also, last year 100 clubs were extended by all 4 districts. Now in droppage you don't find them. So we need to accept that it is the success story, 3 to 5. No, what I am trying to say, Vijay, let us hear from them what is the success story. We are not challenging anybody, neither we are pleasing anybody. We are just deviating the discussion. The discussion is, now if we have 4 districts which has extended 100 clubs each, Sanjay, right? Now this year we don't find them in the droppage. In the drop club we don't find 3 to 5 much. So it has a success, it has been sustained, not necessarily that every year it gets cancelled. So let us understand their story tomorrow.
Please understand, if there are clubs formed in a year X, and in the year X plus 1, those clubs, a good percentage of them are being cancelled. And then, as the Honorable Chairperson for the meeting, our Constitutional Year leader, Bhandari ji said, but we need to encourage this year's governor that, just because last year's clubs are getting cancelled, you need to keep working this year. I agree with what he said, but I've got a slight difference of opinion. This governor, this year was the first vice governor that year. I would like to see the minutes of the cabinet meeting and the council meeting where the vice governor got up and said, I raise an objection, please note down my objection, these clubs are not being properly formed, procedures are not being followed, and in all probability, these clubs will be in jeopardy next year. I'd like to see those minutes. If those minutes don't exist, and somebody remains a silent spectator to what is called a total insult to the good name of the association during a particular year as a first vice governor and a second vice governor, that person has no ethical right to come back during the year of governorship and say that I can't help it, this didn't happen when I was governor. You were first and second vice governor there. We have a concept of a DG team. Maybe you want the signing authority. Did you raise the red flag? Beyond a certain number of clubs, he was even signing. I'm coming back to you. The point is, did you raise the red flag? Yeah, did you raise the red flag? If the red flag was not raised, that person has no right. In fact, what we need to do, we don't have to make post-mortem of things. We need to set systems right. Encourage the first and the second vice governors to not give political opinion, but to give a correct and an unbiased opinion in cabinet meetings and in council meetings. And then the governors can be counselled so that whether it is 100 clubs, or it is 20 clubs or 15 clubs or 8 clubs or 12 clubs, whatever clubs are chartered in a particular year in a district, that at least 90% plus of those clubs continue on a consistent basis. That is the state we want to reach.
Sir, if you really go to the figures of the dropped clubs, if you really see honestly in true discussion, there are very few clubs that are being dropped each district if you see. The highest droppage is 27 clubs. And if you go up to big, Sir, that has been a backlog of very past. Currently, in last 2 years, what I have been seeing the trend, except for some political clubs, otherwise the extension has been very sustainable. You know, you can ask all the area leaders. There is a challenge, political, wherever it has happened, it has happened. Otherwise, droppage has been very much in control. That is what I have been seeing in last two and or 3 years. And for area leaders, I would request you tomorrow in the discussion, please focus on that. What is the experience of this vice governor? Because you rightly said, AP, that first vice governor is aware of the club being extended because he signed the club when there are more than 9 clubs. So they are aware of it. They are not challenging. Yes, what you say is right. There are few districts where these complaints are coming, but there few districts are not the examples of the entire area. That is what I would like to bring to the notice of all the leadership. Right? Let's move further. We have almost understood, because this discussion has given us the insight, what is the challenge of the drops clubs and what really helps the extension of clubs. Because there are only few districts. Now if you see extension of clubs, there are only few districts which have extended 100 clubs, 80 clubs. So otherwise, on an average, the growth has been 5 to 10 clubs. अगर आप फिगर देखिए, on an average, it has been between 5 to 10 clubs. So let us focus on the majority of the districts, what is happening. Few clubs or few districts may be out of the example. Too many droppage and too many joints. So I think we shall work on an average what is happening. Right? Are the area leaders and council chairpersons getting some direction for tomorrow's discussion?
It's just a question. AP, I would ask you also, when we are talking about integrity deficit, it is from the leadership side who is increasing the club. I would say integrity from LCI also, when they complain, still the clubs have not closed. Suppose zone chairman and governor writes that this club have not functioned, not taken a single meeting, and it needs to be closed down because there's nobody who calls for the meeting, it's just the paper clubs. And they have not closed down.
But somebody is paying money there.
So somebody is paying money, so money is being recognized.
No,
So when
Bhavna.
we are talking about deficit.
Bhavna, we are deviating from the discussion. This is not a discussion tomorrow.
I don't agree with that. There is a methodology about bringing things to the notice of Lions Clubs International. For last 3 years, I may not be actively looking into this membership. Otherwise, membership figures were like the back of my hand with me, and I still have them. There is a methodology. There is a zone chair. The zone chair would write to the district governor. The zone chair will bring the matter to the notice of the district cabinet. The matter will get recorded in the district cabinet. The district governor can appoint a special officer if required to look into the matters of that club. The matter will come back to the second cabinet. Any kind of representation to be made to Lions Clubs International for placing the club under suspension, if I'm not mistaken, there's a deadline. Who will correct me? One of the directors will correct me, or my colleague PIDs will correct me. It used to be 31st December. And it was then raised to maybe 1 month before the district convention or something, it was revised. It has to go within that period. You don't send a recommendation within that period with complete documentation that the club is not functioning, not attending district meetings, not attending the president secretary meetings being called by the district governor, not responding to the council, district governor, not responding to the zone chair, not responding to the region chair. Here is the documentation. Here is the proof of representation in the cabinet and the discussions in the cabinet. LCI will act. But if we feel that somebody is just going to write one letter and LCI will act, well, LCI is also aware of the kind of politics that goes on. They are never sure about who's writing what. If the process is followed, there's a due process for it. The process is prescribed in the policies. LCI will definitely listen if the process is followed.
Bhavna, no discussion. It has been clearly said that if the processes are being followed, LCI does take cognizance and it does take care. If the processes are not properly done, it will just remain like that. I think this is a clarification, and I think most of us are aware of it. Let us not further discuss it. Now, just one thing, because everybody might, just 1 minute. I just need 1 minute. Every one of you might be thinking, why this discussion is being taken up, too much discussion on each point. This discussion is being taken up in this leadership meeting only for simple reason. I would prefer all of you to request you that tomorrow we don't want to discuss this. The leadership should be aware what is happening and what is not happening. If the governors and the coordinators come to know, and that is why more time we are investing on this discussion. You might be wondering why this discussion. Tomorrow we are going to only share the data. So do you agree that this discussion, if it is little lengthy, we can curtail it, but this discussion should happen? What do you all say? Yes, Jagdish.
Chairman, what I understand is, if the district governor recommends the closure of club before 31st December, he has to not take any plan. He should recommend and the club will be cancelled. After that, he has to take the signatures of the vice governor of closing the club. If there is a change, recently, I don't know, but in my time, it was so. I myself.
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, what is the procedure now? Can Sunaina or Nilofer, can you? Yes, Pandya, you have an answer to that. 1 minute, Thakendra, Pandya has an answer.
Look at what Nadeep said, that has to be placed in the cabinet meeting, but the form should be signed by joint chairman, first vice governor and district governor. The 3 has to sign.
Is it clear to the entire leadership? Yes, Nabil, you want to add something?
Excuse me, just I want to say something, maybe it would not please everybody, but what AP said is very true. It's happening, but it's not going anywhere. I will give you an example.
No, Nabil, just a minute. If we take each and every club example, then the entire meeting. What you rightly said, that what AP said was procedure is not being followed.
Well, because it is the responsibility of the district governor team, which we are not doing.
Very good. Thank you.
This is the reality. So we are discussing now discussing the numbers. From where get the numbers? From the district goals. Who put the district goals? The governor. Did he consult? Is he obliged to consult the area leader? He is not. Now that's what we are
But
facing.
see, about area leader, let me make very clear. All area leaders are here. It is not that they have to consult us. We have to support them.
Yeah,
See, global action team, area leaders, please understand. It is not necessary that governors consult us, consultants will consult us. That is, please take that out of our mind. We are there to support them. Whatever goals they set, we have to assist them in achieving their goal. We are not there to, or we can help them in establishing the goal. That is very clear in our document also. That is very clear in our document. Nabil, please understand. I understand what you are trying to referring to, but it is not obligatory on the district governor that he consults district governor for each and everything. Please understand.
Moreover, sir, one thing is lacking behind. From past 2 years, what is that we are enriching the knowledge of the governors, what we are doing for them? Nothing they are getting. And only maybe they have to learn something from website or here or there, and whatever they are taking is assigned to them. That's it. What is that? We are giving the knowledge to them. Where is the knowledge we are giving to them? Where is the classes are happening?
Lack of physical training is still in about.
And they don't know also.
AP, there are 2 suggestions from 2 strong council chairpersons. At maybe ISAME level and also at the LCI level, there has been very, very less training. That is what you want to say?
Yes, sir.
That is what both of you are saying?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
Vijay Jason. Let them express themselves now. See, both of them are strongly saying that they have not been getting the training or education what was expected by government. Am I putting you know?
Yes, sir.
We are told that in this Islamic forum meeting, kindly invite district governors and above for a physical get together. Because they should get actual exposure, they should have a sharing between our office. Then only they will be knowing that this is what is happening in our organization. If through virtual only, I can tell you, we cannot teach them, we cannot tell them. That's very true. We should have physical meeting. We have to make them show that they are participating, and we have to encourage them. We have to make sure we have to share our friendship and fellowship with them. Then only they will be happy.
Sir, not
That's very important. That's what I feel.
Sir, not the international class.
Sir,
All India.
sir.
All India school, nothing is happening. And how you can anticipate that they are also to perform? And most of the governors, they don't know what they are doing. Only they know, no unethical.
No, if one person is making his Tilok, when he is speaking, let him speak completely. No crosstalk, please, otherwise they are going to land nowhere. I give opportunity to everyone, and as I rightly told you, please guide me one thing. Again, I am asking you, this discussion we have brought up may be out of little gap subject also, but it is necessary to discuss it here, so that tomorrow we don't discuss these challenging things in front of the district governors and GAT team. So my appeal to you, if you allow me, I can continue this discussion, and it is a good discussion. You know, we are learning. Do you agree that this discussion is okay, healthy? Yes. Nobody is taking it personally? No, yes. Please.
No personal, sir. No.
1 minute.
I understand your point.
Yes.
100% you've made a point. And my friend, you've made a point. Who is responsible for providing the training? Your district, or I don't know which multiple district you're coming from. 3 months. You have a director in office here. You have a past director in office there. We are passing through kind of very uncertain, unprecedented challenges. COVID-19 challenge. If the training is required at any level, especially by a small group of vice governors or district governors, your multiple district I think is 6 districts, is right? 5 or 6? 6. So 6 3s are 18, even if we talk of the entire DG team. If we talk of governors, it's only 6. If I talk of the first vice governors, it's only 6. And if I talk of second vice governors also, it's only 6. If the training is required, it can be organized, it should be organized in these special circumstances at the multiple district level also. We have to be supported, and I am sure PID Krishna Reddy, International Director Vansidhar Babu, will be more than happy to provide not only the training but a hand-holding. Training is an understatement. I would say hand-holding is the word to be provided. I do not want to go back again into a same multiple districts model. I don't want to talk to you about 3 to 5 model. I don't even want to talk to you about my own multiple districts 3 to 2 model. We have our own model. Let me talk to you about another multiple districts model. That is MD 316, Vijay Raju. They hold meetings with the first vice governors every Wednesday. Every Wednesday? Every Wednesday, 1 hour on the Zoom. Every Wednesday, I will give you good best practices from all the multiple districts. I've talked about Nepal. The last that I will talk is about my multiple district. Last. I don't want to be, heard or misunderstood that way. It's MD 316. Every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. That's the time? Is that right? 8:30 p.m.? Is that Vijay? 8:30 p.m.? 8:30 sharp they start. Till 9:30 p.m. so that people have back home from their work. They know that 1 hour is marked and they conduct their training sessions, which is more in the nature of hand-holding, support, listening, information dissemination, best practice dissemination, and whatever my limited knowledge is, they have already discussed about team formation, vision formation by a district governor. They are now on discussing plans being formalized by the first vice district governors. Stage by stage by stage they are progressing. This doesn't exist in the rule book of LCA, it will not. It's a domestic issue. It's a pure domestic issue. The leadership here has to take responsibility. They take responsibility. You want to do it in 318. You have a director there in Nand Kumarji. You have a past director here in PID Murugan. And I am aware of the fact that they will do it. They will do it. PID Murugan will do it most happily. The point is, if you want any of these trainings, this cannot become our reason for saying that the governors are not performing. You look at what 3232 does. Just because we are sitting in the home of 3232, I don't want to talk about that. They have similar models of getting the vice governors together, sitting together, discussing together. Despite some political differences, it's not that they do not have political differences in the 5 districts that they have. They still have those differences, but still they discuss to prepare them for the next year. We have to do that. I mean, there's some kind of work that has to be done at a domestic level in our own multiple districts. We don't do that, we will suffer. If we don't do that, that is where we will suffer. So, we are not here to solve, we cannot solve all anything, but if your issue, talk to Krishna. Arey bhai, sit with your council chair. Arey, Vamsikar Babu, take charge, sit with your council chair. He wants training.
Yes, sir, please don't ask them, I will tell. This in our multiple is happening. Even again for first and second vice district governor program is already 7th and 8th.
Then you are saying training is
not sufficient.
Oh.
No, you are not sufficient. Then why else? Why the governor who is before going to become the governor, he was taken to 4 days, 5 days to the Chicago and trained there, and then one more day. That was all waste we have done earlier. No, sir. It is needed. Otherwise, when we say it is answering for everything we can do. But one thing is, please consider that these things, those where they need, who are going to become a governor, they need it. If this Kishan sir we are seeing from 15 years, Manshi sir we are seeing from 10 years. When AP Singh sir comes and tells our people some message, that makes a difference. And whether maybe some American guy.
Okay. Then your point is well taken. You want to add something? Just 1 minute.
Sir, actually, Zoom meeting is daily we are having total meetings. Almost all vice governors are engaged in one day or other there are meetings. Nowadays our people are really better with that. I am trying to tell you. They are not attending, they are switching it on and going for something. When we see that their presence is there, but nobody is listening. That's a fact. I am carrying here the fact, you know. Sir, but if the physical meeting, 2 things are there. See, as we know, our relationship is one part is service, the other part is fellowship or friendship. That friendship is important.
Raju, your information is well taken. What you really say, that we need more physical, in-person meetings to happen, which will improve the.
And
Okay.
moreover, when they meet together and share things together, you know.
The last,
information they will do.
on this topic, the last suggestion
One more
from.
thing, sir, actually. Out of our constitutional areas, out of 8 constitutional areas, all the other 7, 8 constitutional areas they have conducted or they are conducting forums with the physical meetings, actually hybrid meetings. Unfortunately, the largest constitutional area, Isame, is making it virtually totally. I am really sad about that.
1 minute, please. Please, I have taken your about 1 minute. Let us have the global information from AP about the forum, and then Murugan, and then we'll close this topic. We'll go further because there are going to be more topics which we want here to be openly discussed. To avoid any discussion tomorrow.
No, I understand. You know, you and I have been talking sometimes about it. I understand your pain, I understand your anguish, but I must share whatever little information I have. I don't have, you know, my information level is very limited, but I'll share with you. The forum for USA and Canada was held in person. In person, you're right. But I am told that from Canada only 17 people could attend. It was basically, you see, USA and Canada are 2 different constitutional areas, but traditionally they have their forum. It is called the USA-Canada Forum, and because of the COVID issues, it was attended by only 17 Canadians. Sanjay, कितने थे Canadian? इतने थे? 15-20? कितने थे? उससे ज़्यादा नहीं थे. I wanted to go there as a candidate. I could not go. I could not go. Please understand, the government will not allow me to go, but the US government allows Nepalese citizens to go, so PID Sanjay went there. So that is the story of Constitutional Area 1. Constitutional 1 and 2. Constitutional Area 3. Constitutional Area 3 forum is slated for January. We hope and pray that the forum takes place. We are looking forward to it. It is our Vice President's area, President Fabricio's area. We hope and pray that the forum takes place in person. Let's go to Constitutional Area 4. Constitutional Area 4 is a forum in Europe, which this year was attended by, I am told, by around 400 individuals, which is a forum generally attended by around 1500. Around 400 individuals attended. I am not sure whether Nabil could go to the forum or not. Some of his friends from his part of the world did go to that forum, and that was the story of, but they did have, hello, you need to listen to, you asked a question. You need to listen to me. No executive officer could attend the Europa Forum. Please understand. When I say no, it's no. No executive officer could attend the Europa Forum. And in the US-Canada Forum, although we have an executive officer from Canada, she could not attend the forum. So before we speak, I'm giving you all, I'm taking you all. Constitutional Area 5, OC, the forum is not being held. Constitutional Area 5, the forum is not being held. Constitutional Area 6 is us. Bangladesh was supposed to host, they said we cannot host it because of the COVID problems. So, it is being hosted online and you have a pain that it is in your heart that it is not in person. Understood. Constitutional Area 7, ANZI, forum was cancelled. Forum was cancelled. It was to be held in Australia. Forum did not take place. Okay? Forum did not take place. Cancelled. Constitutional 8, Africa, it was an online forum. It was an online forum. They had an opening session with about 200 lions in attendance, which they did because they had invited the president of that particular country already and they did not want to refuse the invitation. Even all the PIDs could not go there. Some of the PIDs were there and otherwise it was 100% 3-day forum, totally virtual. So if anyone's giving you the information that all the 8 constitutional areas are doing in person and we are doing a virtual forum, that information is not slightly but more or less, it's totally out of place. But I understand what you're saying. That doesn't take away your view that the Lions would like to meet personally. But the problem is this. Today, wait. We need to satisfy our friends. Today at 2:05 p.m., a good friend who's sitting here in this meeting, who's also a past director, Vijay Raju, sent me this information because we do exchange information which is relevant to all of us. And it reads as follows. It's a press release. Copenhagen, November 23, 2021, which is yesterday. Europe remains in the firm grip of COVID and the death toll on the continent could top 2.2 million this winter if current trends continue, the World Health Organization said Tuesday. Some 700,000, which is 7 lakhs, could die in the coming months, the WHO said, as cases creep up across Europe, prompting across some countries to reimpose tough restrictions. The WHO expects high or extreme stress in intensive care units in 49 out of 53 countries between now and March 1st, 2022. This is official press release. So, if it's a question of training district governors at Chicago in person or something, it's not going to happen. LCI cannot play with the lives of the people. LCI can't do that. You see, this is what's happening. We need to understand we are in a very different kind of situation today. You and I are sitting here today. I'm not too sure whether we are doing the right thing or not. But we are sitting.
It is understood. Nazumba, it is understood.
I am the secretary of the body in Dhaka. We spent 1.5 crore rupees already spent. Still then, only we could get the registration. That's why we definitely holding the otherwise if we actually we don't get money back. So that's the fact.
Thank you for the information. Let me again reiterate, this may have been out of the agenda, but this was useful. because the council chairpersons are sitting here, the area leaders are sitting there. When they go back, several questions come to them, this knowledge will definitely help all of you. Right, coming back to our subject about new clubs or maybe drop clubs, even I feel that this data you can revisit. Of course, your own respective district data is available to you on dashboard. There itself the new clubs versus drop clubs comparison you can do, and your district governors would have done it. They would definitely share the successes and the challenges tomorrow. Please guide them, motivate them to put to come to good consensus and share with all of them tomorrow. We don't discuss tomorrow all those things in detail as we are discussing today. Right? Now coming to the new members' goals. See here also, if you see the total goals given in Isame, that new members they will be adding was 55,000, as against that 38,000 members have been added. And only 16,000 remain to be added in next 7 months. So we are going in the right direction. My only concern and would request to all of you, when you discuss it tomorrow, are we in the right track? If we have exceeded our goal, it's good. But are we on the right track, or are we becoming a challenge to the challenges that we are seeing? That again next year they will be dropped. If that is happening, we can guide the district to go slow. And if we are on the right track, what has rightly happened, we can guide them to add the members accordingly. Right? Any observations on this new member goals and achievements? Pardon? It is with you only, but that is why we are discussing. Khagendra, we can discuss your success with other districts. The other district challenges can be discussed with you also, right? So tomorrow this data is going to be very, very useful when you prepare the observations. Anyone wants to add to this new members goals data? So tomorrow, my one question would be, when we go to the projections, are the projections going to be more? Yes.
You were saying in our council meeting yesterday, whatever the government showed, that's not updated.
Right? This is as on 16 November.
What is shown there is not exactly. Like I got
88 clubs, is the only goal set. What are the goal given yesterday was much more than that. It's not updated.
But what is uploaded 80?
See, new club goal, this is uploaded on international website, right, Nilofer?
Yes, yes.
Maybe they have individually given higher goal.
For example, 317A given 15 clubs goal, they exceeded 70 clubs.
I'm not talking about extended. Goal given
is actually what they
that includes 40 of 3 months of
Right.
That's what I was asking you. Out of 88, one district has given 40, 5 districts have given 48, 39 have been extended. So that's giving a very strong statistics and thing.
We only exceeded 50 clubs. Exceeded 50 clubs.
So ending up.
So actually, 49 is showing there, actually 50.
See, out of 48, better to go 17.
1 minute, second.
Sir, out of 40, 17 are done. For the balance 48, 33 are done.
No, but Vamsi and Krishna, what I would request is, this is the data which is available with you also. Tomorrow in your multiple discussion, you can take up this, no, whether you want to take up a higher challenge, higher goal.
District governors are expected to alter their goals month after month. The provision is available. Somebody has planned 30 and they want to do 50. If they update them, the entire world will get.
Today you want to comment on this?
I mean, you have to update, like PID Raju rightly said, your district goals, and if they need any help to update their goals that had been set before the year started, they can always get in touch with us. And
Take a mic in your hand. Take a mic in your hand. So tomorrow when you go for the projections, those figures can be also altered on the LCI website. That is what, yes, go ahead.
So the last date for district governors to update their goals is end of December. So in case you are making any revisions, it needs to be officially updated on the district boards, and it will be, you can access it then on our website. So if they need any help with updating the goals, they can always reach out to us and we'll be happy to assist them.
Great. Yes, Sajju, you wanted to ask something?
Sir, in our multiple also, the new members added is around 1,500, but the number of drops, that's around 1,000. So now,
We are coming to that. We are coming to number of members.
orientation must be important. Members are having membership extension, retention, and orientation. Now orientation, there's a lack of orientation nowadays. So we'll have to add orientation to our card.
I'll ask you one more thing. All the council chairpersons and area leaders. Hello. Tilok bhai, just a minute. I'm asking once again, Sajju. The area leaders and the council chairpersons, we are deviating a little bit from the agenda all the time. But are you okay? Is it a new knowledge that you are getting or some new information you are getting? Yeah, while discussing on the agenda, we are also dealing with local problems also. Should I allow that discussion or should we focus only on the agenda?
This, there is no reason.
Because everybody is participating, that means I understand that they are learning something.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, now the new members are, now let's look at this figure. Every district has exceeded almost to their targets. Every multiple district. That is a good sign. Now here only one cautious that Laliaji and AP told to us, that if it is a fictitious or only pushed membership growth, we have to make governors cautious about it when doing the projection for the next half. Okay? See, if you go this way, 55, net growth will come later. This is new members growth. No, don't mix up between the two things. This is new members addition including charter members. The next slide is about drop members. In new members also, if you want to see the members added each club wise, there is the least added district is 32 members and the highest addition is 3361, 3,361 by one single district. Now here the area leader and council chairman can focus whether this growth has been justified and proper. Kagendra, 325B2 shows a good growth of 3,361. Now in tomorrow's discussion, you can discuss with the district governor whether this growth has been genuine or you have to be careful about it. Right? Because you will be setting the next goal also for 1st December and 30th June.
Yes, sir. I have already statistics.
Good.
Discuss with all the four governors. They are not.
See, this is the drop goals. Now here again, Khagendra, just a minute. Now we are coming to the drop member goals versus achievement. Here it is a caution. As what has been discussed earlier, AP. The goal taken by the district governors, droppage was 20,000. And we have already dropped almost 20,000 in the first half. And again the financial suspense droppage will come. So in droppage itself we are going to exceed a lot. Now this slide I trust, I would request all of you to kindly just see your multiple figure and how you can save this. This is also a discussion, next point of discussion for us. Along with financial suspension, we have to also discuss on drop members. Every multiple has exceeded their goals in drop members. Huh?
Not all, sir.
No, sorry, I may have made a mistake.
Few. Only few.
No, why few? Okay.
3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8. 8 multiples actually.
Very nice. Yes.
Out of 15.
No, it is okay. Again, we are going personal. No, but tomorrow, Khagendra, would you please attend? See, this is an important point. If 322 has succeeded in restraining their droppages. At the same time, 325 has also more or less restrained their droppages. Right? Because their drop goal was 3730 and they have dropped 2309 Sanjay. Maybe second half if you are going to drop too many, then here is where you have to discuss how they have been successful. AP, would you like to throw some light on the success?
Also sustained, it's just one club cancelled, so everything became minus. We have not dropped.
No, but how do you say drama? 1 minute. 1 minute. Your net goal of droppage was only 380, Rakesh. Only 380. Up to 30th June. At least goal was set wrongly. If that, yes.
Sir, it was not said wrongly, it was absolutely perfect. And but I feel just one club which got cancelled, and there it was about 1,050 or 1,100 members, so that changed the entire thing.
No, but Rakesh, in spite of that, if you see your entire year droppage was 380, which you have otherwise also exceeded. If you do away with that 1,050 droppage, then also you have
1150 if I am not mistaken. It was 1,200 or 1150, I am not sure.
1,350 from one club itself.
Yeah.
So out of 57.
1350, otherwise I think this was very much realistic, maybe 50 or 100 here and there.
Okay, good.
Not much.
So let's move further. So this is also a concern in every multiple you will have to discuss about the droppages. So let us, then we will get the realistic figure what we can achieve. Right, Madan? What about 324? Pandya some big challenge.
Challenge that last year somebody got the notice of LCA. Last minute they have reinstated so many members. Reinstated this year, the outdoor district are reinstated so many members and so many clubs, which is going to financial protection. We got the notice of LCA, the executive thing.
No, but
That members only the much. Improved districts.
anyway, but tomorrow when you discuss, just take care that this year it does not happen. It does not happen.
We have to.
The campus club also, some dropping is there.
We have to discuss.
Anyway, now we will not discuss each multiple, but tomorrow in your discussion,
I'm not saying this is a strategy you have to follow. For the new members, now we have formulated. One calendar month, 30 members they have to add. More than 30 members they have to get concurrence for the first reading. Same thing has to be done for the reinstation member also.
see, please understand, this is a discussion, not answer for me, but this is for your discussion tomorrow. You take care of this, whenever there is a challenge, this year it does not reoccur.
That is a common problem we are facing.
This year also you will face the same problem.
Maybe.
But if you take care from right now, and if you have a good, good teamwork within the DG team, then that will not come, no?
Even team is a good team is there, that will not happen. But if club is doing, what can we do?
So you are saying not to discuss these negative things tomorrow.
Yes.
Without discussing, how is he going to tell them that this has happened, don't do it?
आपने बोला नहीं what he says no you are very right not to discuss on individual but in a club you can discuss challenges, you don't have to go to examples like we are discussing examples here. We have brought out so many things, political things, those things. I don't think that it is necessary to bring tomorrow.
No, it is not a political thing.
Sir, my opinion is that unless you tell the facts, most of us don't know what is happening. And how they discover that the GAT coordinators know what was happening last year? They were not GAT coordinators. I don't think anything wrong in, and we're not blaming anybody, we're not making allegations against anybody, we're talking facts which happened in the district. If that is not known, I don't think then you can stop this, it's going to continue.
Still this year also the waiver is there, they can do this time also. So international has to do it, like new members addition of reinstation members also, 30 members only they can
Will
reinstate.
you discuss it in your cabinet meeting?
Yes, we are discussing even in multiple.
Are you taking out the solution?
Same,
All
the decision has to be.
governors, what we are discussing, all the governors, they themselves know it, sir.
The LCA has to formulate, sir. LCA has to formulate.
Follow and complain, it will never happen because governors are promoting this.
Just want to.
Only one thing, sir. LCA should not permit a reinstating.
LCA?
Should not permit reinstate because of the for what
No,
purpose?
30 members, sir. 30 members, same 30 members.
And then they get angry, but why can't you have official staff?
First of all.
So the moral of the story is that integrity deficit will continue. That cannot be changed.
That is what I have to reply.
No. So the moral of the story is that integrity deficit cannot be altered. That will continue. Am I to understand that? Am I to understand that?
Yes, sir, that is the problem, that is what has to be checked out.
Who will check it? You and I.
We.
You and I together, all of us. I'm not saying you, I said you and I.
Yes.
We have to check it.
Yes.
Who's got to check it? In your multiple district, you have to check it.
I have.
You have a director, you have a past director, you have your other friends, you have to check it. In my multiple district, I have a council chair, I am there, I've got my colleague, other leaders in my other colleague, past directors, other leaders. We have to check it. We all have to do it in our own homes. We all have to do it in our own homes. I mean, it won't get checked otherwise, but nobody can come from outside and do it.
Sir, once in 3 years, governor election, no, that will check out automatically.
Once in?
3 years election to the governor.
Once in 3 years?
Election once to the district governor.
Governor tenure.
Governor tenure should be 3 years.
Coming back to our discussion, see, 1 minute. I think today's discussion will help you to lead your group discussions because most of the things are being discussed today. So tomorrow you need not go into the detail, but in general you can discuss and whatever consensus have come here, you can guide your multiples to discuss accordingly, right? Net growth goals. If you see it this way, net growth goals, we are in quite good target. If we have net growth of 22,000 and now the next topic that will come, we'll have a challenge on this net growth goals. Because now we are going to go to financial suspension. The next slide is financial suspension, which will affect this net growth. So this slide, as rightly said by AP and Ladyaji, we have to see side by side. This is most important. उसको टाइम लगा है ना उसके लिए. Hello.
Second innings is more important.
Correct.
Is okay. First service is okay. Second service is played yeah. Second innings is a problem. Wickets will fall like anything.
Second inning will be very good.
Sir, this slide, after reviewing the net growth, after reviewing the addition, droppages, new club, drop club, now this is a very important slide. Now net growth, if you say we are in the right track, we are in the right direction, but the challenge is going to be the next slide, which we will review. Anyway, percentage of reporting, I think we are in the right track, that we will run through tomorrow. This is the place where I want you to focus on.
Those slides will go on.
Can you all please focus on this slide?
Just come down, sir. It's the old one.
Nilofer, have you been able to find the numbers we wrote to Belinda? Not yet. Not yet. This is. No, this is old one. Today it is 1125. 200 clubs have been saved out of it. I would request each and every. One at a time. This is open for discussion. 1 minute. One at a time. 05. Tirok bhai.
This is available on Dashboard, sir. Everything is available.
Also, this figure is many times upgraded.
So what next?
Yeah.
Tirok bhai, what next? It is available on dashboard. What next? What next? Just a minute. Tirok bhai, I am asking you. This is available on dashboard. What next? My question is second question. Correct. Absolutely. Now I am asking the area leaders and council chairperson. Please talk to your district governor that how many number of clubs they will be able to save. And fill up your data, and tomorrow in your own group you should arrive at a certain figure that out of this on 31st December how many clubs they will be able to save. Number one. Number two, then you will be able to guide them, motivate them, support them to save more clubs than what they are taking as a target. That is what we are discussing here.
We will only have out of 14, 5, 9 we
No,
will be able to say.
I am coming one by one district. This is a subject which we want to deal properly. This what? This is a subject we will discuss for some time today, so that tomorrow when you are with the district governor, if you have talked to the district governor, I am very happy that you have discussed with individual district governor. If you have not, just don't guess some figures and give me that those many number of clubs can be saved. So one by one district if we deal, I think we will get a clear picture how we are progressing, and then collectively what more steps can be taken we can discuss.
In our multiple is order 52 clubs now.
One by one we'll go. So we will go one by one. I think that will help us. Right? Now 315.
315 was the report is 107. Kitna hai?
117.
Now 96 showing in my report tab now. Now I got another message right now. Another 19 clubs has got a payment slip. So abhi chal raha hai. I cannot give you the exact figure right now because hopefully these are on the second round, so there will be no suspension.
Nazmul, then I will request you. Fine, good. Then give me a figure. Otherwise, tonight, you talk to all your 6 governors. 170. The list of the clubs has been already sent to all district governors. The list of the clubs, names of the clubs have been sent to you. Please listen to me completely. Then you say, out of those 117, how many clubs can be saved? If the governor is not able to give you that figure, it is okay. You take another week.
Because of this income. I checked everyone, I talked to everyone, and I'll give you a report tomorrow because I'll give you a figure. I short 117, 17, now it's 96, and let's say at this point got a receipt of 19 clubs, so another 90 is going back, is 70 plus, hopefully by tomorrow you'll see another figure. Let us give a little time and explain tomorrow.
Understanding, I am asking as on 31st December, what is it?
Sir, Bangladesh se aaya, sir, spending 2 lakhs of rupees.
One minute, Sanjay, please.
आपको जवाब देने के लिए देखिए आज इंशाल्लाह विल गेट गुड राइट नहीं सर हम नहीं बोला हम तो आईएसएफ पे ये जाए ना मैं तो भूल नहीं सर काम करने
316. No problem. 318.
They are substantially saving. Actually, I would like to
Yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, I would like to tell you one thing, sir. Again, the first semester we used to perform very well. Our numbers and records will be very good. But the second semester, what is happening?
Yeah, actually what is happening is, we have to educate or tell our first vice president or DG elects. After the convention, now they are calling the club leaders and telling that.
This is about the current year.
Yes, exactly. Last year, in the current year of last year, we could add around 4,710 members, and unfortunately, all the district governors elects. After the convention, they contact the people and told them that drop. Ultimately, what happened, our net growth was only 1,140. So we lost around 3,500 numbers, which is just because of that. So we have to educate our first vice students. Our organization is more important than what your performance. So we kindly do not drop any members. Kindly do not tell or insist to the PSTs to drop members. That is very much important. That's what I feel.
Sir, what I say, I fully appreciate your sentiments and your feelings.
Sir.
What today at present we are discussing is 318 has 88 clubs in financial suspension.
Now it's only 52 now.
Very good. So
Just come down to 52.
by evening you can talk to all your district governors and just see how many more clubs can be saved.
Right, sir. I'm truly telling, actually we will be able to save almost all the clubs. Only have 5 or 10 clubs will be less than that.
Great.
Yeah, because we are saving the clubs. It's
No, because next point I am going to come
Yeah,
in.
sure.
Next point I am going to come in, the clubs or the district which will have zero droppage of clubs. We would like to announce some award.
Yeah, that is out there.
So you work out on that. You work out on that.
Yeah.
You work to talk to all your district governors and see if the 5, 10, 20 districts are able to save all the clubs that are in financial suspension. We would like to felicitate them.
But there are also one unfortunate event from the international leadership, exactly I cannot tell you. Now so the membership fee is waived, and of course the clubs are doing one thing, they are suspended. If they have do something, they are simply removing their clubs and they are making a new club.
Yeah.
There is no fees. That culture is there. It has told like it depends on the individual, but actually there should be a fees to enter the Reliance because of interaction.
And your district governor will allow it.
Yeah, that's what's happening nowadays. They are suspended, they are dismissed, they are forgetting about the old club, they are making a new club.
One.
If they no सारे फॉर्मूले बंद हो जाएंगे यार, क्या बात करते हो सर फॉर्मूला जिस दिन जाए सारे फॉर्मूले बंद होंगे. Are you interested in stopping this mischief?
Yes, sir.
Do you, and I trust that you have support of international director and past international director
Yes, sir.
in stopping this mischief?
Yes, sir.
Very simple. Get a list of the members who have been dropped because the club has not paid, and the same list which has been submitted for the formation of a new club. You have 4 directors, you have the option of sending it to anybody. 2 of them are sitting here, 2 of them are not sitting here, doesn't matter. Yeah, one director is in own multiple district. एक second, Nand Kumar ji है ना? So you just provide the list to him. No power on earth will allow that club to get chartered. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to provide that list, that wait, this is the list of the members who in this club, they are not paying, they have been shown as not in good standing. Because of not being in good standing, the club has gone into financial suspension, and thereafter the club has been cancelled. And the same list, here it is, that they are being chartered into a new club, which is definitely in conduct unbecoming of a lion, and which is depriving the association of its rightful dues. Send a list to the international directors. You don't have to send it to him. Okay, 4 directors to him. Your area leader, PID Murugan. Choose whom you want to. I've given you 6 options by now. 4 directors, him, 6. You want to use me, but even if you use me, I'll go back to the 6 of them. I'll go back to any one of them. Nothing will happen. It will all stay there. But the question is, do you want to stop it? And are you ready to stand up and say that during the year when I was a council chair, if it comes to my notice, I will not close my eyes and I will like to stop it. If you want to do it, it will get stopped.
But this will not go
No,
through
Bhavna, just a minute. I think this is a good suggestion.
Very good
In tomorrow's discussions in all your respective multiples, you talk to all your district governors, this is what step I am going to take, or you can take as a district governor. This is a good suggestion if everybody likes it. Tomorrow this could be, I think, the key point of today's discussion, which can really help dropping of those members and saving those clubs.
But governor will not write this.
If I am not mistaken, the board policy, 1 minute. If I am not mistaken, the board policy provides that if the member is dropped because of non-payment, the next club where the member is going, he needs a no objection certificate from the earlier club. But the club is gone. The club is gone.
One minute. I think let us have clarity on this suggestion, please. Let's not go confused. AP.
No, he wants to say something.
Yes, sir. Don't get me wrong. I'm asking in your council, how much time do you contribute for a membership matters discussion with the leadership, with the governors, and the first governors? How much time do you spend on? Don't get me wrong. No. It starts from you.
Yeah.
One change, you can bring in a change.
We will
No,
definitely.
you go one step back, just go one step back. How much time do we devote to gap discussion?
Now, we have got very strong GMT, GLT and GST leaders, and we are making even very good Zoom meetings also for that.
No, we don't have discussion. No, he says he has sufficient time, it is accepted, fine. Let's go to the next subject. When you say you invest sufficient time, great. Now in tomorrow's meeting, this is a suggestion that has come, which is a remedy to saving the clubs. This is one of the strategy. Am I right, David? This is one of the strategy of saving the club from going into cancellation. That those members.
Can you help me, because I'm not getting this Wi-Fi here. There's a board policy, there's a policy, we need to pull out that chapter, we need to pull out, Sanjay, we need to pull out a chapter in the paragraph. A member dropped for not being in good standing cannot be inducted into any other club. It's in the board policy already.
One minute, give me 1 minute, please. Give me 1 minute.
All this happens, I am repeating, all this happens under the nose and the eyes of the leadership. If you want, no, even the leadership, if you want, it can be stopped. There is a board policy to this. My friends there, I am also looking at it, help me in finding it.
Chapter 5.
A member who is dropped in good for not being in good standing cannot be.
1 minute. I'm giving you first chance.
If the district,
1 minute.
if the district leadership is strong, they will not let this happen. If the district leadership is not strong, district and the multiple district leadership is not strong, then it will happen. And if it happens 1 in 100 case, we don't really have to bother. We are not here as policemen, we are not policing. But if 99 out of the 100 cases go through, that's a problem.
Okay, let's conclude 1 minute. 1 minute. We have 1 minute, Kagendra. We have Pandya Rajan raising his hand. Then we have Nabil. 8 minutes. We have Pandya Rajan raising his hand. We have Nabil raising his hand. Two of them. Sarju has raised his hand. If the topic is discussed, let us not repeat it. Till that time, they find the port policy, chapter number and all that. That could be shared. That is fine. Pandya Rajan, you have any different view, please? Mike, please.
I have saved the mic. Mike has to give the mic.
Actually, what the policy says is correct only, but my LCA, even a member drop on non-payment.
1 minute.
Non-payment, even he is having experience 5 years or 10 years, is dropped for non-payment of dues. Again, they are inducting. He has been inducted as a new member in the YLCA. It is that.
Okay.
It's not been hard with the old one, the single.
I will explain to you what happens. My name is Arvinder Pal Singh. I have a membership number. I get dropped for not payment. Now I go and record myself as Arvinder P. Singh and put in Arvinder P. Singh instead of Arvinder Pal Singh. The system will not track me. Okay? But you as the leader in your district know that this is happening. You need to bring it to the notice. You bring it to the notice of LCI, LCI will then act. You bring it to the notice of the directors, the GAP leader, constitutional area leader, you're from whichever district, I'm sorry, I can't play, which district are you from? 3 to 4. You bring it to Sampat's notice or anybody else's notice, you will find it will stop.
Even we are bringing that to notice of LCA. That is not happening. No.
And honestly, LCA would not take your statement so strongly. It doesn't take, you need to put those kind of information attached to it.
I need to speak.
1 minute.
I need to speak on the same problem. Excuse me, IP. Okay. If a full club was dropped for a financial suspension for non-payment of dues for even 2,000, more than 2,500 for international dues and district dues. And it was approved with the first vice district governor, second, and the district governor himself. So he closed. And the new district governor take from the 23 members of the dropped members, he took 15 members and established a new club. What happened?
Nabila.
Now he has he already chartered. Can we make something or we leave it?
Okay, your point, you can narrate your story, the entire story, and then you can first put up a letter accordingly, but that has to come officially from someone. As a GAT area leader, not complaining, what I am trying to say, whatever, is it only knowledge sharing? It is not knowledge sharing. If you want to take an action, you can take, that is what AP is saying, but it has to go in proper track, right? So that is the guideline he is giving, he is again. So that is for the directors to answer, not me. Hello?
Even my name is Pandya.
I think we are on a very, very important discussion of integrity again, the same question. I think we need to get clarity, otherwise we just discuss and we don't act. कुछ करेंगे नहीं उसके ऊपर. So if that is happening, and if you are getting proper guidance, I think it will help all the area leaders and all the council chairpersons to discuss in their council meeting also.
This was very important suggestion by AP, that the DGs we can bypass when area leader and PIDs are writing, then they should listen now. Because governors are only extending this club out of this. Now the club which is closed down, that will continue. I'm telling you, AP, this 1300 which has dropped down, 3 clubs have already.
No, Bhavna, I'll request it. No individual club or individual district discussion now will happen on this table.
It's governor and vice
You
governor.
please discuss only the subject matter.
Sir, when we are
No, please, please, please. Please, that is okay, that is a general statement, it is fine. But any individual discussion of any club or any district, please stop discussing here. Yes.
The question what is trying to say is that in spite of writing it, LCA is not active. That's what he is trying to say. No, I don't understand.
I just not like that. So Pandya, I have 5 years experience. My club started for non-paper activity. Some other clubs, suppose they are each taking me. If they accepted my name, same as the new number.
1 minute, Pandya, 1 minute. The people are searching those points. If there is some clause, they will come out with it.
Sir, we are not debating that it's not there in the board policy. The question here is that is not being, without unless we complain, LCA cannot track it.
What sort of complaint is this?
I'm saying without a complaint, LCA cannot track it. If you file again, it takes it. So that's a discussion we had when we went to Isami office last time also. They were asking what you want us to do. There is no way LCA is able to track it. What AP sir says is if it is complained in a proper channel, action will be taken. Whether anybody has complained in the proper channel, I do not know. Pandya says it's not being taken.
Board policy 5, fixtures and the clubs without non-existence, a detailed chapter of 30 points or 25 points written there. There are steps to be followed. If the governor, even governor does the wrong thing, he himself disqualifies, so he will get even a single award. So there is a long chapter there.
I'll tell you.
One minute, sir, please. You alone writing as an area leader will not be approved or agreed by LCA staff. It is important that you got to have a set of zone chair report, district report, discussion.
What is doing, how will a zone chairman support it?
No, I am not saying I am writing, I am not saying I am writing, district governor is writing, district governor is writing, that is not the.
There are certain additional points. How many directors know?
1 minute, sir, let me tell you. Board policy, chapter 5. Board policy, chapter 5.
Excuse me, sir, I am not coming.
No, I'm just trying to tell you.
This is for the knowledge of.
I'm only
This is for the knowledge
I'm only trying to tell you. 1 minute,
sir.
Let me tell you that in the board policy, complete information is given that what is required to be given to HCI for this kind of non-existing or fictitious clubs. There is a complete thing given, procedure given. Now if you follow that, then HCI will take action. But you can't bypass this procedure. That's the point. Very clearly given.
Please, for the knowledge of everyone, just 1 minute. Just take down the chapter number. Please read it tonight. If any clarifications are required, in the night you can consult Dr. Ladia. Okay, great. The printout of this policy will be shared with you today only. नहीं आज ही होगा. दे दो. I have seen your hand, Rakesh.
I have been forwarding to
Sanjay wants to add something. I think this discussion, hello, this discussion will stop it here. Rakesh want to speak, Sanjay Ketan want to add something. Those two speakers on this subject of fictitious club, then we move to multiple district 320. Okay?
317 is
317 you said no, that you have to, 317 is still remaining. 317, 63 clubs, yeah.
Actually 63 clubs on the slide, but in the dashboard it is now down to 54.
Very nice.
And we had a long discussion on these council meetings last 2 days, and governors are hoping that most of the clubs will come back.
Good, great. But tomorrow, if you can be little more deep study, talking to district governor, will help, give some guidance. I don't say that it will be 100% achieved, but at least direction towards achievement.
They said that some payments have gone to Mumbai office which are not been credited in time. Okay. So that was the issue, but they have to follow the procedure to bring them back.
Sanjay, then Rakesh, and then we move to 320.
Once a club goes to financial suspension, it doesn't mean that every member of the club is in bad standing. There may be 5 members who may be paying dues properly, and there may be 20 members which were absolutely not paying dues. So unless and until reported, they have a benefit of doubt and they can be in another club. So is it reported under that or not is a question. Definitely a process which was told earlier to go through the district zone chairperson and directors, that is naturally a process. But I would not say that the area leader writing on a club will not be listened. It depends, office might have seen in it, might not have found. But when our chair, we discussed a complaint from an area leader itself and the decisions were taken. So it depends what was the position, and we are not discussing individual club or individual event, that we can talk separately, but that is being discussed at MDC, that this complaint, because area leader has an eye, but that may be accepted or not accepted remains on MDC. No, that benefit of doubt remains there. Yeah, that is what I am trying to tell, that if my club gets suspended, doesn't mean that the whole club, all members were not paying.
So then everybody can come back. So this is what is happening.
Even at certain place, it is encouraged that if that has become a group, where majority of members are non-paying, let us move paying member to a good club before suspension. Because after suspension, after club gets closed, they have to go to a new process as a new member like that. Thank you.
It's playing around the bush.
No, the financial club, 1 minute, financial club gets cancelled. Okay, after the cancelled club, those members, they can take membership in another club. Members from a cancelled club, can they take membership in another club? That is a question. We need not answer right now because
It's happening nowadays.
that is happening, that is what we.
You are joining as absolutely a new person, system will allow you, system cannot run. If you are wanting with old membership number and old story, the system will block and it will stop there, asking that you are a member of so and so club, first settle the issue.
Okay.
Even name, because have been passing.
It's like saying.
Maybe there may be 100 Sanjay Khetan in this world. My club itself has 2 Sanjay Khetan. So even name will not clarify. Whatsoever.
So it's a deep study, in other words, it has to be a deep study of that particular case, then only I think these challenges will sustain. Otherwise, these numbers and all that, chapter number and all that, you are going to be just Rakesh. So no, if you are taking chance of this chapter number, another deep study is required before complaining. Otherwise, just don't depend on the discussion that has happened here. 1 minute, Rakesh.
Vipin, my
Arey bhaiya, just wait, somebody wait here, no, or call that hotel staff. Subhash bhai, he said that he will dedicate 1%.
Sir, at present in my multiple we have 14 clubs in financial suspension, and I have discussed with the governors and the clubs also for that matter. I think 9 clubs will surely revive and maximum 5 clubs, but this is the fact what I wanted to place before you. But I would also like, which is a little difficult to digest, but it's a fact. Even that those 5 clubs, if we have elections or something like that, even they will survive. That is what I am saying. We have to accept this fact because this happens, because it is financial suspension, somebody comes and pays the dues. This is what happens. At the same time, sir, what you said, because certain clubs I have seen, I have noticed, I don't know to mention, that the clubs was closed because of financial suspension, and the same very members, they had started because of the incentive given that we don't have a charter fees, they had taken transfer and chartered a new club and transfer there. Now coming to the point, what respected past international director AP Singh sir said, right, that 80 million we have to complain and say, I will definitely take cognizance of that, but who will tell the cat, sir? It is my responsibility or anybody's responsibility, district governor, whatever we may say. But in our district we have area leaders, we have past district governors, we have ID laws, even past international directors. They all know that. That who should, why, if nobody is taking cognizance of that, why district governor, how can? Because many times the people or the members are such that I don't want to take, panga with those people. Why should I? So even that is the question. So this deficiency of integrity will, I think, will continue. It is to a certain extent, it is in our blood and it happens. We have to take care of ourselves. This is what I personally feel.
Now 320, multiple 320. Multiple 320, nobody is represented? Himaya is not there yet. He is absent. But his figures I will get in the night. 321, that is right.
321. Yes, sir. This is not.
एक मिनट रमन जी आप बताओ।
सर इसमें से तकरीबन 40 क्लब बंद हो जाएंगे, 140 से 150 जो है वो अपना फाइनेंशियल सस्पेंशन
For मेहनत you will have to work very hard.
सर उन्होंने बंद ही होना है वो 40।
नहीं 40 I can understand, 40 का मेहनत अलग है, 149 का मेहनत अलग है। Day 149 you will have to, and tomorrow with your governor.
15 to within 1 month.
Great. Within 1 month you get time to 25th December. What is the last date of cancellation, Nilofer? 29th December, otherwise they will get cancelled. So you just ensure that by 20th they make payment, because again the financial receipt and then credit and all that, then again you have to, yes, you wanted to add
Sir,
something?
हो जाएंगे.
Sonika, you want to add something?
No, yeah, I just wanted to say that we have to ensure.
Take a mic, take a mic.
I just wanted to add that we'll have to ensure that clubs make their payment before the 20th and not wait till the 29th just because the date is till 29th. Because crediting takes time. Taking it in our bank and then posting on MyLCA takes time.
Yeah,
And
right.
cancellation happens automatically, then it's a problem. So it's better we do it before
Right.
20th.
Yes, Ramanji, 149 is a good number you will be able to save. 40 club Jagdish bhai ki chhod do. Yes, Jagdish bhai, you want to add something?
I have worked very hard. I worked very hard with the district governor, council chairman, as well as the multiple GMT coordinators. I have come to the conclusion that these clubs cannot be continued.
How many?
And I have 40 clubs. And I have already reported this to you also, that around 40 clubs will go. Still working on other clubs, which may, they are also doubtful. But there is no such case in our multiple that the persons having dues is being going to the new club. That is the fact.
Good. Now let's move to 322. Lekha ji.
At present, it has gone down to 81. And in a council meeting, we have discussed, most of the district governors have promised to work on that and try to revive the clubs. And tomorrow we'll discuss more and encourage them to save as many clubs as possible.
Lovely. But you will be able to arrive at certain position.
Yes, yeah,
what
certainly.
is saved, huh?
Certainly we'll do that.
Otherwise, it will be a very alarming bell for all of us.
No, right. We'll do it.
3231, Bhavana 14, I think Rakesh has already reported. 3232, Subhash bhai.
As of today, it is only 46. It is here in 54, but it is 46. And according to the governors, only 9 clubs.
Only 9 clubs may be cancelled, otherwise everything is okay.
Great. Great. Naresh bhai, तुम्हारे का ऐड कर कुछ? Okay. The chairman is not there, but 3233, very big figure. JP.
हमारे गवर्नर लोग से बात हुई है 120 क्लब का पड़ जाएगा, पैसा हो जाएगा जमा, उसमें 25-26 क्लब थोड़ा दिक्कत में।
यानी 25-26 क्लब में go.
120 क्लब का हो जाएगा, पैसा पड़ जाएगा, जमा हो जाएगा।
Kilo, you want to add something?
Okay, nearest is the same people.
Vinod ji.
The major problem is again small clubs. Because we are not giving here the number of members in each club. In 3233, many clubs are small clubs and they were promoted 2 years back or 1 year back. That's the reason the number is large seen here, as rightly said by our council chairperson. 120 out of these shall be shared up. But the point I want to raise is, many clubs have now a psychological factor. Let it go in financial suspension. We'll pay it up to 30th December or 20th of December. There's no penalty. There's no penalty. Coming back from financial suspension to the normal. So this is another mode which is being accepted by some of the clubs. Cutting, let it come.
That is just an extension of 30 days.
As I understand, that financial suspension does not mean club cancellation. And therefore, club gets one more opportunity to come back as an active club.
I know, but that is just an extension of 30 clubs. 30 days. It's not a big, I would say.
Sir, total 6 months will जाते हैं. From 1st July, it goes up to 31st December. We can put 6 months to pay.
That is fine, but then that is the constitution. That is the constitution. What other suggestion you can give? Anyway, so 146, but let me warn you, Tilokji and JP. 3233, in earlier days also, we always had good picture that this may be saved, this club will be saved. But 3233 especially had a challenge. In spite of your figures, in spite of your governance giving figure, large number of clubs have been dropped in past. In other areas, there has been a reasonably good response to the numbers that have been shared. But in 3233, it has not been that good. So JP, Tilokji or Ladiaji, I will request you to kindly work very hard on 3233 to save the clubs.
Sir, when you are saying that Ladiaji, you also look into it. But sir, I am not getting any information from your body. You are sending information to the council chairman or you are sending to the church leader. Now when you know there is an ID in that multiple, can you give the information to me also?
Sir, thank you. We will try to take care, for next time onward. We will try to take care. All the information go to all the 4 items. Whatever we are sending to area leaders, let us send all the information. But otherwise, the area leaders may be getting all the information. And this information, Ladeji, we are not having anything extra. It is available on Insight. But especially what you have worked out, now next time onwards you share with all the 4 areas. Will it be possible? CC to all 4 area leaders. Thank you very much, Ladeji. We will try to take care. Whatever information is going to area leaders, we will share with you also. I would, AP.
Here it is what I was trying to find out. I've just taken so much time, I'm sorry. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay. I'm reading Standard Club Constitution. I'm reading from Bylaws, Article 1, Section 6, 5 and Section 6. Standard Club Constitution, Article 1, Section 5 and Section 6. Any member dropped from membership in good standing may be reinstated by the club's board of directors and will retain their prior Lions service record as part of their total Lions service record. So for any member to be reinstated in a club, the club member, that erstwhile member, must have been dropped in good standing. Constitutions will never write negative. Constitutions will write what is permissible. So any member who is dropped in good standing may be reinstated. That is within the club. Now Section 6, which is transfer of membership. The club may grant membership on a transfer basis to one who has terminated or is terminating his/her membership in another Lions club, provided that a member is in good standing at the time of transfer requested. So, if a member is going back to one's own home club, that is a reinstatement in one's own home club, that is permissible if the member was in good standing when the person's membership came to an end. And if the member is going to another club, in that other club also the transfer will be permissible only if the person was in good standing here. Now LCI, which a question was raised here, does not have records of individual members. It has records only of the clubs being in good standing or not. It doesn't have records whether every member is in good standing or not. It is there that the information would have to go from, as PID Vijay has been saying, from reliable sources to LCI. The constitution, it's not in the board policy, I apologize. It took me some time because I did not find it in finance, I didn't find it in membership, I didn't find it in legal. So I started looking at the standard club constitution. It's in the standard club constitution. It's there. So the member who is not dropped in good standing is not eligible for reinstatement, is not eligible for transfer. You can read Section 5 and Section 6 of Article 1 of the bylaws of the Standard Club Constitution.
Sir, one question remains.
That he can join, he cannot join a new club.
We can always find out ways to beat the law, and we can crush our ethics, and we can continue to do that and apply our mind there. I have neither the time nor the inclination to look at it. For me, the intent and purposes of the association is very clear in these two clauses, so I take it from there. If somebody else wants to do things otherwise by trying to beat the law, it's up to them. As far as I am concerned, the intents and purposes of the association are very clear. We are a humanitarian organization, and we need to just look at it that way. But that's what it is.
Sanjay.
Understanding our constitution and its spirit in the right way is important. And perhaps PID AP gave all the details and we have understood it well. One suggestion I would like to give, we have discussed, we will not discuss this anymore. One suggestion I would like to give, we have to find out ways and means in our own multiple. I don't want to share Nepal, it may not work good for you because we may have operations of our own way. To stop this type of thing here only. Because going these letters and we may have constitutional ways of doing, and writing to LCI, sometimes it gives a bad impression to our area itself. So I would request that all the area leaders are effective leader of their own multiples. And council chairmen are sitting here. So if you can put your heads together, not to pass on this type of clubs to LCI, we have our ways. So I won't discuss that here. So you can find out the ways and means to stop it. I would request it for your consideration. Thank you.
We have a different experience we are starting now. 5 years ago.
No complaint from our, will be told now.
No, our council chairman is here and I'm sure he will endorse me. Multiple District 316 has not been doing a great job in terms of extension, and there are certain clubs which are coming in and going without letting people know. What we have brought in both the pilot districts, the district governor simply cannot go online and start new clubs. He needed to obtain a prior permission from the multiple GMT or district GAT committee that I would like to extend clubs in these places. Because we found in one town, 50-60 clubs are coming in and all of them are non-functional or fictitious, is what our understanding is. So the committee gives them permission. In fact, morning, I heard it from PID Sanjay that the governor called me. I said, you will be subjected to 1 full year payment. This is what I heard from Praveen Bhai and this. So we bring in our own systems, and a council can impose systems on your governors in terms of bringing it. And it is all for a good cause. Remember this is not for a political reason, it is not for any other purposes. We word something. It means the governor simply will upload and start it, but still we insist on he should obtain the prior permission where all the places that he would like to do it. Because the past history. And that's how we're working on trying to do it. We started with 2 districts like that. And that's quite helpful to us.
I'm reading to answer your query, PID Gulati. Actually, what has happened is over the past few years, I've stopped reading all this because I was not working on this direction, but I know where to find it. I'm reading from a document, official document of LCI, which is titled Instructions for Completing the Lions Club Charter Application. Mumbai office handles this very correctly on a daily basis. Page 1 of the document, under the subheading Charter Fees, and it's a small paragraph, and I read: new charter members who join before the charter celebration night or 90 days following the charter approval date, whichever occurs first, pay a charter fee of USD 35 or must submit proper certification form waiver. Full stop. Members who transfer within 12 months from another club into the chartering club pay a transfer charter fee of USD 20. And now is the most important sentence. Transfer charter members must, it's not may, must be transferred in good standing from a former club to qualify for transfer member status. So, this is what it is. It is very clear that even वो transfer नहीं लेगा, अभी वो नया member बनेगा. So the point is that we will now interpret it as that here there is a law which says that you cannot take a transfer if you are not in good standing. The person will go and say, I am not taking a transfer, I am coming in as a new member. If it's happening right under your nose, you can stop it, as what PID Sanjay is saying. It can't go through. It's we permit it, that's why it goes through. But this is also there in this document. So I've given you all three angles for it. This document, I'll send it to you after the meeting. Just give me your it's there, it's all on the net. I'll give it to you. Yeah, you can WhatsApp it to me. Please do that. Yes, of course you will find it.
Let's move further. We have only 20 minutes to go. Please understand. Huh? Wait a minute. We can't break now. We have only 20 minutes. 6:50 we'll close. One item on the agenda. One item on the agenda, and that is agenda processes Islamic Congress will take tomorrow morning. May I request all of you to kindly prepone tomorrow's meeting by 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes. So instead of 10, we will assemble at 9:30. Number one. Number two, I request you to carry your own nameplates if possible. That is what it is. Wait. Your nameplate, please take along with you, bring it back tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon also. That is my request to all the council chairpersons and number three, all the area leaders and council chairpersons, please consult each other, talk to your district governors about the strategies and all the template that we have sent to you, and also the projections for 31st December and 30th June. So come little prepared tomorrow, that will help us, and that will be a reminder to your district governors. If they have come here, it's fine. If they have not come also, please call them so that the data is almost complete with all the areas and all the districts. They will be represented. Please check your certificates and pens that have been given to you. We have two districts still to discuss. 3234 is not represented, and 324. What do you mean? No, I have opened that topic purposely, how inefficient I am that I wanted to prove. No, but it is a fact, no, it has happened, it happened. No, that is, I'm going to me, I'm also not joking. That is the mercy, that is the sad story. It's a fact. What do I hide? What do I hide? Anyway, 324, multiple district 324.
Sir, as on date, it is only 198 clubs, sir.
I know there is change. See, out of 1344, 1125 it has come down by 200 clubs. But if you have not talked to your district government, if you have talked, please give me how many?
Yeah, minimum 50 clubs will goes to the under suspension, sir.
50. No, not suspension, it will be cancellation.
Yeah, yes.
50 will go. 50. Okay. Under
Yes, we have talked about only one from one district. We are taking active measures to cancel the stuff. accountant, the LCA, not that big.
So they are all into this political basis.
Are political based.
50 clubs are going. Okay. But others, 160 you have to work very hard. 140 or so, you have to work very hard. Because I remember, Pandya Rajan, last year also we thought that, see what happened last year, we had good picture. You know, every projection was coming nicely. But somewhere or the other, some challenge came and there was a big droppage in one or two areas. Otherwise we were doing good. Even now we are doing good. But if you don't take care,
Last year was always going last year.
no, I know. 3 to 5. Khagendra. Your council chairman is there. Let council. I have not heard his voice. No, take a mic. Take a mic.
Thank you, Ravindra sir. I already informed district-wide suspension list to the district governors, and they are drawing up their cross fees. I will take the report by them. I think 25 to 30 clubs will go to the suspension this time.
Cancellation.
Yeah, cancellation, yes.
Okay. You want to add something, Khagendra?
Yeah, yes, sir. There is some natural death also, so that.
Natural death?
Natural death is also there.
No, you just a natural disaster.
We'll save the 50%, more than 50% will save it. And around 30, 35.
Allow them to do that.
It is allow them to, we are allowing them to die.
Wisely.
It's mercy.
So that because a total 19, we have a total 1900 clubs to reach, and it's not more than 2%. It will be within 2%. That's all.
That means out of 10,000 clubs in Isame, 200 clubs dying every year is a natural process.
I think this is good news.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. What I'm trying to say, what are we making so fuss? Every year only 400 clubs are going. So we are in control. Every year around 400 clubs are going. So we are in control. And no 4% they are going. So it should be brought down to 2%. Good. No new way of looking at it. No. If we can save 2% of the clubs, than going cancellation, we are good managers. No, this is a good fine. Khagendra, you have given a good formula, endorsed by Praveen Bhai, supported by Sanjay Ketan, that every year, up to 2%.
Growth, 2% natural resource.
Natural disaster. So no
We can work out. This is a good way of looking at it. It's a new way of looking at any problem. Anyway, so tomorrow in your discussion, you can give a liberty. You can give a liberty that up to 30th June. Anyway, Sanjay, you want to add something?
You are also saying
2% may be good or may be dangerous sometimes. Dangerous means some district may have, some multiple may have 150 clubs only or 300 clubs only. So actually what we are doing, what Khagendra is saying, figure is the same. 10% of the clubs you bring can go off. So 300 we are bringing, 30 may go off. Because tomorrow Nepal can grow to 1880 clubs at present. At present 1880 clubs. Tomorrow maybe 2800. So 2% maybe 56. So whatsoever you bring, you can lose some. So 10% of the new clubs. Because then the net growth is more. Net growth is, you see Nepal figure 12,000 were there and 3,000 drops, and then net growth is 9,000. That is the. Thank you. And I appreciate it. Khagendra doing very good, and our council chairman, maybe sitting quiet, but I say okay. So those words were heard by our chairperson only.
I appreciate. This is a new formula. Then this good new formula, 2% of the total club droppage, 10% of the clubs extended previous year. Now this is all about 1 minute. No, this is a good thing which you can have in discussion. So this is one formula we can share with our district governor as far as droppage is concerned. Now on the other side, how much growth should be there which is reasonable? Permissible. Growth. Okay. चलो ठीक है. Okay. 10 minutes. I think the discussions today have been really very learning and very open. We have really discussed a lot of issues, challenging issues as well as strategies. Khagendra, let's move to Lebanon.
Vipin, mic up.
It is mentioned here.
Mic.
It is mentioned on the dashboard, District 351 and Undistrict. District 351 contain Lebanon. Okay. It is mentioned on the dashboard, District 351 and Undistrict. The District 351 contain Lebanon, Palestine and Jordan. And the Undistrict are Bahrain and Emirates. It is mentioned.
No, just tell me. Just a minute. My battery is low.
The 10 clubs mentioned here.
Just tell me out of 10 clubs, how many clubs will be saved?
Already saved 9 from 10.
Only one is going?
1.
Great.
Okay, nice. I wanted to tell you something, but I want to say more.
You will save that one, you will get an additional award. Fine. Just a minute, my battery is going. The 2 points that are left.
I want to speak about Bahrain, about Dubai and
No budget.
Bahrain. If you want.
No, Nabil, let me acknowledge your hard work, your sincere work, and I to tell you, you have done wonderful job as an area leader. Exceptionally, I tell you, of course, all area leaders are doing well, but Nabil staying that far has been really doing very well. Of course, our Nazmul is there, then Khagendra is there, all great. Bhavna is not there. Anyway, let's come to see. I will share with you tomorrow morning this membership development grant that has been approved. Please. About $49,000 have been approved. But last year what happened, we were approved $45,000, but most of them was not used. But this year now it is opening up. I'm sure you are planning some activity and event which will be of help for your discussion tomorrow. When you will plan for projections and all that, this is a list which will be useful, for you. Huh?
Something to say.
Bolo nahi. Mic lo.
Those districts that have been given the sanction of the grant in July, August, September, October, if they don't submit the progress report by 13 December, they will not be given the funds.
30th December?
13th December, 13th.
13?
13.
So this is a very cautious information. All of you please be awareful. Whenever the membership grant has been approved, immediately you have to submit a progress report.
Yeah, how the
So that you have organized a meeting or something. Otherwise this grant is going.
Yes.
Going?
Yes, they will not give it to them.
Okay.
Somebody else.
No, tomorrow morning we'll take up the subject.
Discussion on that. Communicate with the governors.
Yeah, it is
I'm communicating,
It is not
Nilofer, this battery may go. Let me see what. Okay, no problem. This is a- 1 minute.
I'm doing it, sir.
1 minute.
I am doing it, but I know that everybody knows.
Some important announcements for today evening and tomorrow. Our cocktails will start in this room at 8 o'clock. So your refreshment or your time to refresh will depend upon what time Narendra Bhai closes the meeting. Number one. The cocktails, last service, Yogesh Dave is there, is a doctor. So he will close the last service at 9. So you have the time from 8 to 9 to fill up your glasses. Even if you need extra glasses, take before 9. 9 o'clock, no service will be there. 9:30, this room will be closed. Dinner is in the restaurant where you had a lunch. And then another area of this, like Chandni Chowk, Chowpatty style. So there were two options of having the dinner and you can take both options. So 9:30. You will have to join for the dinner in the restaurant on the ground floor. Tomorrow morning, breakfast is open. Everybody has to go in the restaurant. If there is a crowd, they are putting the tables outside near the swimming pool. So, and earlier you go, we have a better options. 9:30 we are starting the meeting. All the delegates who have come from your district and medical district today for tomorrow's program are also invited here. The meals and cocktail arrangements are same for your spouses or your family members, whoever are there with you. So that's a pleasure. Tomorrow evening, again we have a gala entertainment in this program, in this hall. Aisha Sayed, a Bollywood singer from Bombay, is coming. And tomorrow, probably the cocktail hours will be half an hour more extended, depending upon how much stock is available with him today. And fortunately, because of Dr. Yogesh, our past governor, as you know, Gujarat is a dry state, but we have taken official permits because since all of you are outside Gujarat, so nothing to worry. Thank you. So you can come here at 8 and the gate will open. Last drink you can take is 9 and the hall will remain open till 9:30.
Thank you, Praveen Bhai. Let us first thank the host governor and Praveen Bhai. Again, we thank. Thank you very much, Praveen Bhai, Yogesh, for all the arrangements and all the hospitality that you have. This is the list of the clubs in financial suspension. You can go to this district-wide, highest to lowest, and you can find your respective districts and try to save the club. Thank you very much, all of you. I am really extremely delighted. I am really in gratitude for each and every one of you for whatever you do. Of course, I forgot to mention the support from Isame team. They have been really wonderful support to entire captive in our area, whether it is district governor, whether it is coordinator, whether it is area leader, whether it is council chairperson, or whether it is any line. The battery is definitely going to go. And thank you very much, all four of you, for making yourself available here, for all the assistance and support. But we still are looking forward to next 7 months, and definitely we are all grateful to you. All the individuals, thank you. I know some of the discussions were delayed, were prolonged, but I think that was necessary. Let us help all of you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Tomorrow morning 9:30. Please wait for the group photo outside. Please wait. Yes, now also tomorrow morning also. Presenting, then we will have 10 to 15 minute presentation on Isame Forum. Here I would request AP to give little more information about the. No, this you are not there anyway, but you can depute somebody who can make more presentation, and the gap presence at the Isame Forum, like we have two seminars. I have a challenge. but I can't overcome that challenge of preparing video. And then we have presentation on GMA, Global Membership Approach, what has been the success story, where it has been properly implemented. Here also, the thing is the feedback is little slow. Whenever I ask for some feedback, it has been little slow, but whatever information I got, I'll share with all of you the story of the 26 pilot districts that we are taking up in GMA. We have received 3 or 4 feedbacks from districts, which we will be presenting. And the second half of that GMA presentation will be 22-23 onwards. And that I would request the ISAME team to make presentation on GMA onboarding for 22-23. The training have also already begun. The implementation is yet to start. And then we will have a concluding session where we can take up remarks and then acknowledge the efforts of the host team and all of you that you are doing. And I think if you allow me, we can conclude the session there with an announcement of post-conclave session. As all of you are aware that this conclave is divided into 3 parts. First part was pre-assignment and presentation pre-conclave. At the conclave, and this conclave is not going to end here, we will take up to follow on the discussions, decisions, commitments that have come up in this conclave in our regular meetings of with area leaders. We will also plan up some meetings with the council chairpersons, the district governor and the GAT coordinator in subsequent months. That announcement will make, that is a post-conclave session, and the GAT ISAME June 30th, 2022 should be a good story, which of course our representative on the board next year will be proud of. We assure you, this team is really working very, very hard. The area leaders, my commitment, I am coming to that point in the next item. I know they are fed up, I know they are a little tired, but nonetheless they have been always present in all the discussions and meetings, and they have been wonderful support. As far as I am concerned, I am really more than happy with the support that I get from our team. That's all about the conclave. Any questions? Then we move on to the next item. The meeting is not ended. Any clarification on the conclave, please? Yes? Nothing? Should we move to the next thing?
But one thing, target must be met.
Pardon?
Target what must be met. Target must be met.
Oh, that's
I understand only that.
yes, sir. So we have good, we had allotted 60 minutes, but I think we can finish in 30 minutes. Now I would request all first I would request the PIDs to give their input as far as the working of Global Action Team is concerned in past 5 months, followed by area leaders, followed by council chairpersons, followed by the ISAME staff. Or we go in the reverse order. I would request all the MCCs, multiple council chairpersons, to please share with us your experience about the working of Global Action Team, right from constitutional area leader to area leaders, the Mumbai staff and the international office. So can we have input from the multiple council chairpersons?
Now friends, I have a suggestion. In COVID vaccination, an excellent program was taken out by PMO. All the district collectors in the country were asked to give a daily report on the vaccination. Similarly, I would suggest to our constitutional area leader that if a report is designed which is simple, at least weekly report should start coming to the council area leader so that we can know the progress which is being taking place. It's live on the site every day, but then they should post it.
It's there on the site. आप देख सकते हो कभी भी डायरेक्टर साहब आप तो सारा दुनिया का देख सकते हो.
No, I am only saying what they do. Do they post it on the site?
It's there on the site.
When they touch anything on the MIS, yes. Yes, sir. See, the site is superb, there's no doubt about it.
Council Chairperson, on behalf of all the area leaders, I really appreciate the support that you have been providing to our area leaders for whatever, I would say, information that is needed from you. You are trying to provide them at the boss. Can I start with Lekhaji or Shitij?
316.
Okay, we'll go in the order 316.
No, I think it's just
317.
317. Manumurthy.
Yes, sir. The mic, somebody can give the mic?
Particularly, you want me to talk about.
Hello? We want you to say good things about the company.
No. We are not talking about conclave, please.
Mic.
Please understand, we are not talking about the conclave, we are talking about the functioning of local action team. The area leaders support to you. The support from international about the global action team.
Namaste to everyone.
And one, I think 2 minutes each.
The Honorable Council Chair is always supported by the area leader, and even Honorable Council Chairman misses something. Our area leader and international or some area leaders constantly reminding us and giving a good path, guiding us to move this global action team, that is GST, GMT and GLT. I still remember, because whenever we are conducting on particular day and that programs, and I have asked also last time, I remember, sir, there is one more pillar, only 3 pillars we have. With this that one more pillar has to be added. That is, the fundraising is falling much behind always. So without the fund, these 3 pillars cannot stand. Nicely, they don't have a proper foundation. So the fundraising also should be maybe, I feel it is, I'm a very young lad still when compared with all the leaders. So fundraising also should come in here. And if there is a fund, if there is any country is having funds, that is the richest country and powerful country too. So that's what I have requested you also last time in the meeting. So that everything we can put in this that and try to do it. I really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? 318.
Can you take the mic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, leaders, my colleagues, namaste. I am very happy to sincerely congratulate and thank the Constitution Area Chairman Narendra Banerjee for this constant support, as well as our area leader, very senior PID, and he is none other than Engineer Murali. He is really like a headmaster, he is always chasing up and doing wonderful support to us. We have wonderful support from him. And of course, Mumbai office is giving our all support, and we are thankful to him. And the other 2 years, this will be mentioned by our APG, our duty is to empower the clubs. Our duty is to empower our volunteers and our partners to do more, to have more, as our mission statement says it very good, to do more service as well as to support the communities. So basic unit is more important than clubs, we have to focus on that. And for that, actually, when we are saying about membership, other things, retention is the most important thing. So for that, we have to add orientation, we have to give importance to orientation. We are lacking for that. Previously, we used to have membership, extension, retention, leadership and orientation. Nowadays, orientation is not at all there. And many of the leaders, they will not know the mission statement and things are the main things of our movement. So that is important. In our multiple, we are nowadays focusing on will go for orientation, and we have multiple district coordinators also in charge of orientation, very senior PMCC, he is taking charge, I mean, he is taking a lot of industrial initiative in that. So that's also very much important, because we are adding, as we know, every year, we are adding more than 2 lakhs of members. But I joined Alliance of 94, 37 years back. Right from that day onwards, I am hearing that we are going to achieve or rather touch the magic number of 1.5 million membership. But see, if you count the total members added, more than 55 lakhs of members were added during the 27 years. But unfortunately, we couldn't get the net growth of 1 lakh or even 10,000. It's still visible less now. So there is a big hole, that things are going out. It is because of lack of orientation. So kindly add orientation also as a major ingredient or major part in this guard. Yes, that's very important. That's what I feel. Once again, thanking each and every leader, especially our great leader PAD, third VP industry, APCT is giving us a lot of information. He is educating us. Thank you very much, sir. And all the best for this future position there. Wonderful year we are going to have as the president. Thank you very much.
Council Chairperson, we will add that orientation in our future GAP programs. Thank you for that good input. We have 316 Council Chairman join us. Is not there? Okay. 320, Bimala is not here. Sorry, 320 Council Chairman. 3 Council Chairman. He is not here. 320 Council. 321, Shetiji.
Thank you for this opportunity. I will stick to what I have been asked to do, but I don't want to be sugar-coated. Very clearly, I would like to say something. As far as the CS6 unit is concerned, we have a lot of clarity on what is being asked by the constitutional leader, and this periodic reminder and review of what Narendra Bhandari ji has been asking us to do and telling us to do. So as far as that level is concerned, there's nothing more we can ask for, but when we percolate below that level, it's more of a schoolmaster kind of an approach. Some people would like it. I don't like it. As far as I'm concerned, I don't like a schoolmaster approach at 54 years of age. It has to be a more involved approach. An approach has to be, for the chairman has to be involved in the planning of the multiple, in the planning of the district, in the planning of the area. And having somebody who is asking the chairman or the chairman's coordinators to give the reports. If there is a GAT meeting and if I am told, please ask your coordinators to submit GMP, GAT, GST report so that I can present it in the meeting. If I make a report, I am 100% sure you cannot present it. Because it's my report and I know what is hidden between those figures. The figures, I know what they mean. If somebody is going to read my report, it can be just sent to anybody. It doesn't mean that what I have written in the figures I'm going to talk that.
Simply what additional support.
So sir, what I'm saying is we need a lot of research and innovation below the level also, not at ground level. A lot of research has to come in, a lot of innovation has to come in, and it has to be tailor-made to the area. The area specific. Every area has different kind of leaders, different kind of members, different kind of politics and different kind of mindset. The GAT will be successful in 3 to 1 only when it is tailor-made for 3 to 1. The GAT cannot be successful if it is tailor-made in Chicago and will be implemented in Ahmedabad.
No, I would request your council chairperson to kindly put a note. What approach, how different approach we can take up so that, accordingly we can work out future communication in 3 to 1. Any additional information you want from headquarters? How is the support from headquarters?
That's what I'm saying, sir. We have not, if we are involved in giving our opinions, if we are involved in expressing our needs, if we are involved in monitoring our progress, only then our brain cells will work towards asking for support and asking for help. We are just asked to present reports, give reports and give figures. More than that, we are not doing anything in GAT. As a governor 2 years ago, as a council chairman last year, and as a GMP coordinator, I am only delivering figures and not doing anything else. As far as Isami is concerned, 3 years of leadership, I have never been communicating with Isami because I don't have a requirement to communicate with Isami office regarding any of these points. In fact, you told me that I should comment on the Islamic. I don't remember a single instance where I have communicated with the Mumbai office besides the LCIF cell. There has never been a requirement. I have not had the requirement to talk to anyone of them. So the requirement has to come.
The bottom line we have well taken. We'll try to see how more interaction can happen between the Islamic office and between your team.
So PID Attrition was saying something about the age factor.
Yeah.
I think that is very much important. We have to bring down the leadership age. That is what I feel. That's my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Shitiji. Lekha
Constitutional area leader, international, we are getting constant help from them. I don't think so we can expect anything more. And due to which our multiple GAT team is also very active, and in turn our district, I can commit that our multiple, all the district of my multiple and plus the clubs, GAT team is very, very active. And especially I would like to mention about this thing, GAT enrich and the new GAT, which was really very, very successful, which is still going on. So frequently they are having webinars, but I see the attendance very, very good over there. That means people who are wanting something like this, which they enjoy now. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any suggestions, any more needs?
Nothing, I think we are getting what we wanted.
Thank you. 3231 Rakesh.
Constitutes to a very past international director Narendra Bhandariji and respected Dias and my colleagues. Thank you so very much also, and it was really wonderful experience what we had here. As far as the GMP, GST and GOP, everything, all the three areas concerning my multiple, I'm more than satisfied what we are achieving. The targets, whatever has been given to us or whatever we had said initially, we have almost achieved that particular target, whether it is membership or service activities or maybe leadership institutes, both we have done. And I must say here that the work of that leadership is going on with all the conflicts and other things. It is beyond expectation. We can't expect more than this, and we are every time we are getting some new feedbacks from them, which we are trying to pass on to our members, and we are having a regular conflicts in our multiple and all the three districts. That is what we are organizing, and the support what we are getting from my area, that area leader Bhamasha Ajay is remarkable what we are trying to achieve. And I'm sure even after the doctors of one particular close down of one particular club, I assure you that even in membership we will be having a positive growth in our multiple. And definitely multiple level also after this particular conclave here, I'm so keen to organize one conclave at my multiple, which I'll definitely take the initiative and I'll definitely arrange for all the three districts. This is what my assurance. Thank you so very much for all the
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Rakesh. We have 3232 Council Chairman. He could not join because of death in his family. His father expired. But I trust Subhabai. I know that you are in constant communication. His involvement in GAT programs has been also commendable. 3233 JP sir. बाद में बोलेंगे आप हिंदी में बोलिए ना
आप हिंदी में बोलो ना
धन्यवाद सर हमारे कुछ जो एरिया लीडर है भंडारी जी हमारे पी सिंह साहब हमारे आईडी बहुत आईडी पीआईडी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सबका आप सबने ये प्रोग्राम आयोजित किया इससे निश्चित रूप से हमें फायदा होगा और इसमें हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट को भी फायदा होगा जो आपने लिस्ट ये जो प्रोग्राम करा रहे हैं ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम करा रहे हैं उसको पहले भी देखा है उस प्रोग्राम से भी हमारे मल्टीपल में और हमारे सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत लाभ हो रहा है और आपका जो प्रयास है बहुत ही सार्थक है और हमारे एरिया लीडर और हमारे आईडी रेडियो सर हमें कंटिन्यू सहयोग प्रदान कर रहे हैं और इससे हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और निश्चित रूप से हम एक सफलता प्राप्त करेंगे धन्यवाद
3234 Council Chairman is not there. 324.
Respect to the next number of the days.
through that we have succeeded a lot of things, sir. Actually, during the month of August 30th, we have conducted a multiple level gas and safe conclave. About 300 coordinators were attended. We were on presence, and Vijay Kumar also was also present there. And latestly we have got two other GAT leader. We are very much proud to say he is a very good leader. I won't say, I think so. Because we are getting a lot of information from the daily, not through WhatsApp, but getting mail, through, and our MD coordinators also, the GLT coordinators, Akram ID, Ahmedabad also. We have conducted one RLA program also, about 120 participants we have attended. This I think is the biggest. We are very much satisfied with the GATS. And we are emphasized all the grassroots level. We are very much satisfied with the GAT.
Thank you. 3 to 5. Roka.
Thank you, Mr. Sir, all the leaders, colleagues. This is my first experience to participate in the conclave organized by the GAT Isami area leaders. I will discuss with our GAT area leader, Khalil sir, to organize the multiple level conclave also in Nepal to achieve our goals and membership retention. I want to share a few things over here about my experience. Just AP sir's announced here to call or invite a new member club-wise. Last year I was a district governor. I introduced a very famous slogan, my club and my club, powerful club. There were many clubs below the 20 members, and more than 2,500 members were called, invited in the old clubs by this slogan last year. And we are introducing other things to not leave the line member for permanent membership scheme. Like we can collect 50,000, 60,000, 1 lakh rupees, and that fund will be deposited in the fixed fund, and the interest rate what we will get from that deposited fund will pay for the international, multiple and district dues. That way also we drive out club permanently, not to leave them from our association. Definitely we will try our best level from the multiple to call the GAT leaders and district leaders, coordinators to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for sharing your best practice of sustained membership. And thank you for expressing your satisfaction as far as the GAT functioning in 3 to 5 is concerned. Thank you very much. Now we will go to the area leaders. We'll start with Nabil. How is the functioning of GAT? In general, I think we can be brief also. No problem.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your trust and confidence you have put in me in appointing me as district GAT area leader. Regarding my function, you know very well that the key of success is the teamwork. And I believe that teamwork is a great success. This is why I'm working together with my team for the implementation and to support the district governor in his goals to implement the Lions leadership and membership and active service in all my district 351. I would like to thank all the support made by PID Bandari. He is like the father and son. He sometimes asks us even in 24 hours for a urgent meeting, and the 16 area leaders emergent and implement his suggest. We really thank you. I've never seen such leader working with such efficiency. Thank you, because we are learning every day and every day. Thank you so much. My only suggestion was yesterday today and tomorrow and will be next year. The real area leader to be really very successful is to change little bit the rules. I mean, when the district governor need to appoint the district coordinator, at least the area leader have a word. But this is a need in order to work as a team, because I don't want to speak in this, but it's really a need. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil, for your input. We will definitely look up, but then what happens, wherever there is a multiple, there are 15 districts, 10 districts, and if each governor has to ask area leader for approval.
Not approval, at least a word.
Thank you very much. We have area leader from Nepal.
Thank you, the area leader.
Thank you, and fellow lines. Well, we are getting good support from our constitutional area leader and especially from the Mumbai office. Sunena and Bharia, they are regularly in touch with us. I thank them. We get every type of information. Though it is on the side, everything is in there, in records, you can see in your mobile also, but they are following, they will be giving the emails and by WhatsApp and the mail. Thank you then. Thank you for them being somehow. So if there is any confusion, I used to contact with them, and immediately within 24 hours, 12 hours or within 24 hours, I am getting. Our other experience is there, but I am getting their support instantly and immediately. I would like to thank you. And many things is discussed and we are going in discussion also. Almost where Isame is one of the more prominent constitutional area in the membership and service also. Our success story is the service. We joined our membership into the services. Nepal especially I am waiting for the 35. Because our club, we are going for the new services in the new areas, in the small cities, and we get the new clubs. We are getting new clubs.
Thank you.
That's all I have, just one minute here. And I request our constitutional area leader, and with the consent of our council chairman and leader, P.A.D. Sanjay, next drag conclave, no promotion, next drag conclave in Kathmandu, somehow we must, so that we can review this strategic things in the data what we discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will discuss the area leaders meeting and we'll take a consensus decision. Pandya.
The entire GATE program is taken to the grassroots level of MD 324 under the leadership of our PAs and our industry ID Sampath and PDG. And they have given us free hand to take some corrective measures in all angles, leadership, membership and service activities. And we are in line with what PADA is saying. We are in line with this thinking and thought. We already started implement the seat. And as correctly said, I was joined lines in 26 years. And 42 years I was district governor under the chairman. So the 31 years, there is a lot of transformation in the Zionism. And that we have adjusted some that's one program what this year for AP Singh challenge, that is from AP for weekly service challenge. That's well taken in our multiple. Around 50% clubs they have participated, but service activity equal to the number of clubs we have made. So that is a simple programs like this initiative must be done. Like he said, one member on one program, that is also a good program that we have to take away for the next 6 months. We will support, entire support from the Calcium area leader, Bandari, and the Isami office, and from the LC office also. We are getting good results from them. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Pandirajan. I have seen you are working and it has been really satisfactory. Zero. Mike.
Thank you, Sri Leader, Madam Haji. Always that support, and as a teacher, as a guide, everything is available from you. Today, I joined meeting, so experience about my district and multiple. Every district government and every multiple chairman, also every time he supported me with my suggestion, which will give you the agreement in the district and multiple. So, getting is the best part of this to be supported for the district and multiple. And area, my member office, and everything is just as Hari say, every time is available for every use. And please, one AP is saying it is one of the best thing we do in my area. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilokbhai.
As a great area leader, I am so lucky that the Mumbai office is giving full support. Whenever we require any information, we get it. As a constitutional area leader, Maharaja Bandari is also providing motivation, guidance, so that we are doing the wonderful work. Once again, when 5 district owners, I have 5 district owners. So one problem is with me that 4 district owners are supporting just like anything. And one is ignoring. So there is no way to force him. Whatever we are saying, he should at least listen. But he is ignoring. So there is no way to force him. At least you have to do something. So that is the problem. Otherwise, everything is all right.
Thank you, Dilokbhai.
One point mentioned, we start the area 6. New moment is the very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilokbhai. Bhavna.
Respected Chairman, C6, Area Leader Narendra and the head table and my colleagues. I go with Subhash as far as this is concerned that some directives from international needs to come. Narendra is so passionate and he started this Enrich program, he started even the Leo movement. Now we all are giving you support at your back and call whenever you call the meeting, and how much we have worked these GET area leaders, you know. We feel very painful if we can't take it down. And when, as Subhash said, some governments just don't answer. So directives need to come from international, that at multiple level and at cabinet level, zone and region level, GET needs to be discussed. Enriching the mission statement of GET which APC is saying, we all definitely feel that one project by uploading, if 100% reporting is happening, we are enriching the club to start reporting. And that way we want to percolate what you are giving us so much. And for that, directives must be there of cabinet meeting and at multiple, more time to be given to GET to see to it. As far as you starting Leo movement was fantastic. I was always very considerate about Leo to be very active, and Leo lines will turn only after this Leo GET enrichment. And another program about your land using knowledge through Enrich program has percolated well, and people have started going online and started addressing the challenges from there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhavna, for your inputs.
that many times some directive from LCI or some policy matter could be recommended. In our next meeting, we will discuss about this. What could be the best support we can take from LCI. Then we are 320, council chairman is not there, 318, sorry, area leader. 318. Yes, boss.
CM leader and friends, as far as Kerala is concerned, 2318, Global Action Team is working very well. We have 3 very senior past governors or county chairpersons heading GNT, GLT and GST. Till few days back, our service is 84,19,000. That is around 350 people per line. Yes, sir. Reporting is average 78%. And it is consistent. It is going on like that only. Sometimes it goes up to 95% in some months. So that service is really, they are doing well. Of course, the reporting may go up to 90%. Then, if you ask me about the district, we have designed our own monthly reporting format. Now, all these figures are there in the dashboard. In order to, motivate and inspire the district coordinators, we have designed a monthly reporting format. For example, how many clubs have you visited? Or how many CAT club coordinators have you contacted? We ask you. Please give phone number. So he cannot simply write a lie on that. This is we are getting on a monthly basis. Maybe this is what that Ladia was mentioning about the reporting. What is not available in the dashboard? Dashboard report automatically comes when you welcome, when you add number, when you do the service reporting. But how the district coordinators are working, it cannot be seen in the dashboard. So we are getting monthly reports from the district coordinator, it goes to the multiple coordinator. From multiple coordinator, it goes to the council chairperson and to me and also to the director in office, ID Nandagopal. If you ask me what is the gap at the club level, maybe 30%, 40%. That is the only percentage we have achieved at the club level. At the district it's fine. Enough time is given in all the cabinet meetings and council meetings to discuss about the global action team. Percentage in net growth 2 days back is 2.3%. Kerala has been recording steadily 8% growth. So if it is 8%, we are net growth will be 1,600 this June 2020, which chairman told about 2,000. I think 1,500 we may reach. In that case, we may reach 25,000 membership. One district which has got now 6,000 members, they are doing resolution for division. If division happens, growth will definitely happen. That is the northernmost part of Kerala. They are going to divide. The proposal is being done. Then as far as our institutes, we got all the institutes approved by LCI. RLA conducted. Vice School next week. IDMC is inaugurating and he is also handling his session. We got approval for ENLA, ANLA and FDI self-supported. All dates have been fixed. January, February, March. So that is leadership. I mentioned about service, I mentioned about membership. I thank the CA leader, is on my office and it's safe for the excellent support. Thank you.
Thank you, Area Leader Murugan. It's a good process that you are having a monthly follow-up of the activeness of the district coordinators and club coordinators. This is something which we can definitely take up in our next meeting so that the other area leaders also follow that practice of activating the area leaders also. Now we have Krishna.
PAD Ravindra and all my friends. I'm really happy that we are successful in taking the GAT concept to the club level from last year through GAT conclaves, and this year also all the districts have conducted GAT conclaves, and that is giving results in all 3 verticals. And in fact, we are happy to inform you that 317 service reporting has improved a lot. The GST especially closely working from multiple GST to district GSTs in a group, and they are advocating clubs to report. Now, our goal is to cross 95% overall in the multiple, and it's we also had council meetings yesterday and day first day, 22nd and 23rd, and 1.5 day is exclusively for discussing and reviewing the GAT goals and accomplishments, and it also happened in the first council meeting, and it's being followed for some time. Even before GAT came in, we used to have chairpersons coming in only exclusively for this half-day review meeting. So everything is going on well, and our council chairman is very proactive and giving a lot of support to districts. And also Leo movement is going strong, and our council chairperson is even financially supporting the districts for Leo club extensions, and everything is going smooth.
Thank you, Krishna. One observation that I would like to make, I am so thankful that I have such a strong area leader that they are taking care of the entire GAT proceedings in their respective multiple. I did not have to bother to go to any multiple. That is a good I think team that we have. They are really working very fantastically. And I can proudly say that a good percentage of reach to the club level as well as global action team has taken place. Of course, implementation may take time. I don't say that it is going to be miraculous, but the concept is now very well percolated down to the club level. That is what I strongly believe. I'm coming to you, Madan Gopal. ID endorse and give you later. Let's listen to the last area leader, Vijay Kumar Raju. They are dual role, PID also, and
thank you, Chairman. Multiple District 316 has the GAT activities have been exceptionally good. I must definitely thank the constitutional area leader for all the support that is being extended time to time. Especially the SAME staff support is definitely incredible. There are no questions about it. But there are certain observations made. The GAT, we meet our council in a different model. We function like a board, and the GAT committee completely reviews every aspect of it. So there's a monthly review virtually, and the one review on the floor of the council, and that is presented to us. What are the observations? We've had certain erratic growth, erratic fall, so we are trying to do a little bit of corrective measures. Since the past director is an area leader, no offense is meant to any council chairman, the council leadership is taking a little back step, easily taken, because anyway you look after things. No, they should have their own approach in terms of putting it up those steps. This is one observation. Thank you for the Leo initiative. Believe me, in my multiple, there was no Leo activities. Today we are up with about 45 clubs, and we formed a multiple district council, and the president of the council is a medical student. Thanks to the MD 316, I met a girl who was a pilot in a Indigo. She was the president. That's the inspiration. Just we took it up. Leo movement is absolutely picking up. 317. I was surprised. A young pilot, Indigo, and that's the inspiration. So we made it a point that, let somebody who's really good, third-year medicine student, she's trying to put it. I'm unable to get some younger leader to lead because we didn't have this moment in the past. We have certain critical observations as well. And again, Isami office is expecting mere communication to an area leader. I get this feeling, that's end of the story. No. Isami office, by virtue of its status as Lions Club International Office, needs to communicate to the governors directly, vice governors directly, so that will have a greater impact. We can act as an advisory role. We are sending it to sometimes, there are past governors who twist the things, who are not in this role of the GAT. So that's becoming a challenge. Empowering or educating ambassadors of the multiple GAT and past governors are a bit pressure force or a block in terms of taking them in that particular effective direction. That's what is our focus point now. So these are the things. And we have not been doing great on certain areas. So we have replicated the task force model. And believe me, last 20 days ago we have put this task force. I said, you all cut a sorry figure. I'm not going to speak to the conclave. So they made it up from zero. A month before they were only just water growth. So now they have come down to 290 or 270 today, 11, 13, 12 clubs. So we have a different model. We don't permit clubs just because the governor uploads. We will call Mumbai office, say, hold on. We want to verify the whole checks and balances. I took a few yesterday from Sanjay. 1 year use is an interesting thing when we started, earlier we were doing 6 months. 1 year could be a great concept. So we're trying to implement wherever best practices exist all around, and we pick up and try to do this. We picked up from PID Murugan's monthly review report statements, Both the LCI we implemented, we have similar report implemented in the camp. So it's all in all going. We have looked a bit slow, but then we were confident giving you that net growth of 1,000 at the end of the year. And our focus on different areas. We take the role models of the best practices. National average of membership in the country is about 37, 39 is going on. The average of our multiple is somewhere around 24, 25, average size. There is one district which has almost 100 clubs under 20 members, and 70 clubs are with 3 members. And here is what, when I was 100% agree with Pandirajan yesterday, where an assessment is done by the council, an assessment is done by the multiple, and putting it back to the thing, hold on, they went for different purposes, I don't have to speak much about it. But the question is, correction needs to happen. So what sort of correction? We are working on little scientific approach. We would look like so, but I am all in all pretty happy the way they are leading in the gap area of multiple district 316. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay, for your input. Yes, sir.
70 clubs with 3 members in your country.
There is one district, sir.
One district only?
One district.
70 or 17?
70.
You are finding a solution.
We're taking a tough note, sir. Both the PIDs worked on it.
I'll give you a solution.
Okay.
70.
70, sir.
I'll give you a solution.
Now may I have input from the PIDs, then we will have ID endorses, and then we'll have IDs in office.
Sir, can I get
Started with Sal. After 316 is 315 bound. Stay there.
You are a good leader. Let me know what are you doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, I thought they will forget me, that's why I raised my hand.
Last year, 16 new clubs.
Thank you very much for giving opportunity, Mr. Leader and Anandaji, distinguished line leaders in the dais and to my fellow colleagues. It's my honor to study on the
Get some good input from somebody else.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Please.
GAT, the concept of GAT, to be very honest, in my experience, is a wonderful, this platform that International has created. That's given an opportunity to the GAT coordinators to help the clubs to how to make the goals, how to feedback from the clubs, and how to make a success stories. These are the good things as GAT has implemented. And what AP sir was saying that, yes, we as one slogan were giving this, all the GAT leaders in the club, that we are empowering the clubs, and a good communication is built up between the coordinators, district coordinators, multiple coordinators, and the way also my idea, multiple coordinators and district coordinators have a
WhatsApp group, and create a WhatsApp group, by the district coordinators, multiple coordinators, GST, GMT, but they are having feedback is coming up. And as I said that, and the one slogan we got 2 years back from VIP Gazette, that what can I do for you? The slogan of the GMT coordinators. That is the slogan of what district coordinators, multiple coordinators going to the club. Concern is that what you want, not me. I want to do you. I don't want to push you and give you the do it. No. What the clubs, what the multiple district wants, that we are ready to help you. Because we are the service provider, not your boss, not this guy sitting, we don't want to be, even we said no protocol for the GAT ladies, but what we want to be a servant of yours, approved by the international. And we have created enough impact with the Leo. Last year we have said that we have almost 30 Leo to Light clubs. And this year also maximum Leo club, because trying to bring 5,000 plus Leos in Bangladesh, 5,000 plus, and we are trying to bring them, the young people, to our association so that they should not be left over. Because once they go back after it's the date forget, they don't work. So we are trying to bring them up. Get Enrich, one of the best, program. Probably last episode we have not seen that Bangladesh always been, 300 plus, 300 participants on this. And I'm inviting all these episodes also one of the meeting. Shangita was there. I'm trying to, Sarah was there. Last episode was maximum youth participation. To be honest, my topic was impact of youth in the Lionism. You will be fantastic. We 2 hours program went to 3.5 hours program. Even all the, you can see that I'm taking a little bit time, sir, just 1 minute, sir, I'll finish it. Because the faculties there, so faculties also, they stayed up 11:30 in the morning, 11:30 in the evening. They don't have to go. Sometimes has to, close the, get out of it, so go and stay. So such enthusiasm coming in the young generation. So I fully agree, sir, young people should come to the leadership, and we're trying to hold that. And finally, I think Bombay office, thank you very much, the core of my heart. They have been so helpful, they have always been supportive. And I think another last point is that recommendation of the multiple, from the area should be given to some of the international recognition. Because we are not recommending, we are recommending to you. Sometimes last year we have done more than 150 clubs, but we don't give the recognition to the people, those who work really work. Somebody got the people who got somebody put their name in a organizer, they got the presidential medal. But somebody really worked hard, they did not do, because PIDs and IDs I don't know what they recommended. So I humbly request, really they should be given a little bit of opportunity to recommend some of the recognition program. Thank you very much for listening. God bless you.
Thank you, Nazmul, for your inputs about this recommendation. We have been discussing this for several times. However, we have not been yet able to move the LCI structure or LCI, I would say, system. But however, at the area level, we are trying to incorporate some of the recognition programs. In fact, we are short of time today, otherwise we were to discuss on that also. Let's see, very soon we will come out with some recognition scheme at ISAME level. I can assure you that. I think all the area leaders have given their input.
Sir, I would like to give on 2320. Can I? 320.
No, this is the experience of area leader that I am going to say.
He has just sent to me, so can I just whatever on the each 3 areas?
Okay, go ahead. पर सर मैं बात क्या करूं 320 area leader, the GAT team is doing so fantastic work. I think they are going to say good only. So I didn't want.
No, but it's a good people. So area leader P.I.D. Narendra Bhandari, other dignitaries, very good afternoon to all of you. As far as the membership concerned in the area, we have started, because we had last year a better experience, because I was last year also in the GAT team. And I also very closely moved with all the GMT, GLT, GST, and just now the minister also sent me the report.
We were having experience of we want to get it done close with the 20K, but we have just fell short of something. So this year ahead of it, our leader along with our PAD, Sunil sir has planned a program called 22,022 in 2022, the membership. We want to achieve it. That is very heavy. If you put it on the reverse also, it's the same will come. So that's with the mission we are going with, and it's going very good. And as far as the leadership concerned, yes, as I am getting it, it's going wonderfully well. We have all the institutes, grants we are going and we are doing it well. And I had a concern for the Islamic office. I wrote a mail to them and followed up with them, and I got a written mail from one of the person from the US office also got connected to me about the reporting part. Some of the district GLD coordinators are not able to do the reporting part of the grant tool which is recently launched. So we are consistently following up with them. So if that has been happening, it will be very good. Though inside it's a very good dashboard, but inside we are not able to see that what are the number of what are the different programs have been done, who are all the participants. So for that we need to get into the detail in the report section. So in the report section, if I go as a multiple GLT, when I go now to a date, to from date to due date, and it is not giving the report of the district wise, so the district reports are not to me. Whatever the MD GLT is reported is really to me. So this is the two concerns which I write to them. So I think I'm expecting they will schedule a Zoom call also for me next week. So hopefully I think it will be resolved. And as the GST concerned, yes, and GLT in the world, the moment when there was a tool launched, since then MD3 is doing 100% reporting of whatever is happening. And similarly, the GST also consistently are performing for the past 2 months the 100% reporting in the entire exam. I think we are the only 92 is having a consistent performance of 100% reporting for the past 2 months. So these two things which would like to say, sir. And one small suggestion about the Enrich program. As because the attorneys are declaring in another part. So as rightly said by somebody, the mobilization is required. We have the data captured now. It's not like about 10 years back that LCA without email and mobile number, because we are very mobile number and email of the new numbers are being captured. So maybe you can give a direction to the GAT coordinators or the MCCs or the people who see that the more orientation programs can be invited to a professional email to the new members especially, and more orientation programs can be done. This is a small solution from my side as a GLT committee.
Thank you, Ryan Ramesh, for your input as a GLT MD coordinator. Of course, the Enrich, the last session is going to happen in December. That series is getting over. We already have 3 series in pipeline. One series is with all women presenters. We have 5 sessions planned. The date we are going to finalize. Actually, first was to come on 7th December. But we may postpone a little bit because from all areas we find that there has been too much of learning, that feedback has come, so we are deferring those presentations for some time. There is another series that is coming up, is a Leo Club promotion program, Leo presentation by the Leos. That is this orientation. We have given it some suggestions. We will work it out and we can plan some series, and it is not necessary that everybody attends all the series. We will make it that way, so this 3rd series of learning program we can introduce. We will work out a good suggestion. Thank you for your input about the reporting. We have been in touch with LCI office, and let's see whether there will be some improvement or some correction in that reporting pattern. We have 3 past international directors who will be just joining us, listening to all of us. Now I would request them to tell us what correction do we need. Of course, they have been always patting on our back, all the area leaders and all of us. The support is there, but we would definitely like to enrich ourselves with their experience. First, I would request Ryan Ramesh, before he speaks, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks for hosting this conclave. And so nice arrangements and etc. I taught in the conclave. But on behalf of the entire leadership, I would like to thank you for all the care, hospitality and everything of this time.
It's the job done by our district governors, Deputy Sagarwal, Bal Mukund Bhai, and especially Subhash Bhai. So please applaud for Subhash Bhai. He has been the driving force in this. Friends, I know the time is short, but actually the points which I have written is like a keynote address. But I will try to say the highlights only.
Sir, I would request all of you, please excuse me, we will continue the meeting up to 1 p.m. Please. Our meeting is at 2:30. So
They need to realize the whole.
But we have 1.5 hours.
So, you see, what should be the outcome of this conclave, which I would like to recommend now. That at end of the great conclave, whether we can recommend the average age of a leadership, that the great conclave held in Ahmedabad, so they came to a conclusion that the average age of the leadership should be 45, 50, 55, that kind of a conclusion can be arrived at. A recommendation. A suggestion by APC, each club enroll one member, and those clubs who are doing 100% by 31st January, means the district will be recognized as the next conclave. Because which you are thinking of the March. So even that could be an outcome of this decision of this session. A recommendation of this great conclave about women leadership role. So if we can guide this direction, that what is an achievable women leadership role in terms of percentage and the strategies. My personal view for this great conclave is to consider recommending the Lions Club International to have a minimum 430 annual dues per club. 10 members dues club, whether they are 2 member, 5 member. So for example, the Europe one is having a minimum dues of $100. So similarly, the Lions Club flat dues, minimum dues of $420. And since radiology is also the finance committee, they should consider, because handling minimum $420 should be the club, Lions Club fee. They may not consider. You see, we have to continue to have this. I took this in the Longest Islamic Committee also, but at that time it was not accepted. But at least it will demonstrate the maturity of the Lions of India that we believe in such a discipline. The next is, we need to have a permanent project conclave under that, because this is again a service activity. There are the problems where there is no coordination between the Lions Club and the permanent projects. Now the problems are arisen about the old projects, they are having the financial problems, they are having the labor problems, they are having the legal problems. So all these problems can be addressed in a permanent project. So at the end of this conclave, whether we can take a decision that so and so multiple district is hosting a permanent project conclave. We have been holding a site first conclave, but first such permanent project conclave was held under the leadership of Ashok in Ahmedabad. It was around 20 years back. Then, you see, I will request for the consideration of our Vice President and Attrition that in all the meetings we have been setting the goals for membership or clubs or retention, all those things, but we have never set the goals for our projects. Whether at the end of this conclave we can get the figures that so many blood banks are coming, so many eye hospitals are coming up, so many projects are coming up. So I think that becomes a success story in India. So whether recently we had a past president's conclave in Ahmedabad, and we took the feedback back at them, and we came up to know that so many good projects are coming up. So this is what we need in the service GST. Now, recognition of service projects. You see, people today are aware about few projects, Siliguri projects, Karnataka projects, other things. But there are more than 100 projects, good stories going on, which are not discussed at the highest level. And which, if they are discussed at the highest level, they could be a good success stories for the leadership and go to the districts and multiples. Streamlining LCR grant process. I don't know how much, say for example, we are 75 district, India is eligible for 150 grants. Out of 150 grants, how much grants are being awarded? I don't know. So how can we fill up that gap? Again, this is the name of GST. You see? Lions leadership conclave, the way the news media are having, Times Now, India Today, they are having, whether the Lions kind of an annual Lions leadership conclave, participate in the media, and we are the outstanding leaders of different field in that conclave. So that is, and all these things what I am telling you are possible. They are not that difficult nowadays. we have to address the root cause, the hindrances which are coming in the way of accomplishing our goals. Now I'll give a classical example. What is the secret behind the success of Nepal? It has never been discussed. The secret of success of Nepal is they are our brothers only. Their thinking process, their emotions are exactly the same. We have never heard a dispute of Nepal coming up at international. There are having elections. Have we ever heard of an election dispute? No. Because there were one voice, one face in Sanjay Khatar. They respected international listens to his voice. Can we not have APC as our one voice, one face for next 5 years? And we have to strengthen our India's image at international. Brand India approach is the need of the hour. And he is our father, whatever he said, our disputes should be resolved locally. If we can remove the disappointments of our local leaders, I think all these things are achievable. When I put up a blog of 5 lakh members, if you really compare, our membership is much less than USA. Our population is 132 crores. Ahmedabad population is 26 lakhs. And even if we have 50 members per 1 lakh population in India, our membership should be 6,50,000. So there are so many unrepresented areas in our country where we do not have an organized club. But most of the time of the leadership is involved in disputes, fighting elections, or bringing one another down. So I think unless and until we do not go to the approach of Nepal brand, how they have created a Nepal brand at international, similarly we need to create a brand India. We are talking about more directors, we are talking about more presidents, everything can happen. But we have to seriously think on how we can put our house in order. And these are the decisions that we taken at that point. Because as I mentioned, that address the root causes of interest which are creating a block in achieving these goals. As rightly discussed, we have to set long-term approach for next 3 years. Not only the goals, but the approach also. Approach means, for example, who should be the area leader? Whether there should be PID or a past company chairman or a past district governor, what is the best suited, you say? So for example, some of our friends are having multiple roles. How better we can justify that individual roles? So you have to know not only the goals but an approach what we need to take next 3 years for market. I found that budget has been a restrictions in accomplishing our goals. There is a small budget for area leaders, a very small budget for the coastal area leaders, and if we have a strategy in place, our goals in place, I am sure the budget will not be constrained by as the group. And similarly, the awards at international will also be helpful if you can decide in advance that so and so, like campaign they have the strategy in place. One more thing I would like to recommend through this red conclave is that the last minute announcement for awards will be convinced that by July fast track club and all those things. That again has been a problem in the sustainability of those clubs. So this guy conclave can set up a community Lions Club International as the incoming president should be allowed to ask the incoming governors of that what are the expectations at least 6 months in advance rather than the last month request, you see. Brand India approach, as I mentioned earlier, we need some experts and success stories to be shared from different multiples of how they are keeping their past governors involved, how they are keeping their past presidents involved, and whether that approach can be implemented by the different Lions Club and the districts. Because that is the biggest strength of leadership lying at the district and at the national level, and how best we can use the past presidents and the past district governors. Yesterday, in this leadership meeting, there was a strong opinion that voter is an interest. So let us come to a conclusion with this great conclave that this great conclave recommends Lions Club International that voter is not necessary for growth in Islam. I think if everybody feels that sending this message will again give a strong image of India, that India is a strong nation who believes in certain discipline and financial approach. So these are some of the subjects I think at the end of the conclave we can have a consensus and send a paper to Lions Club International about these things. And our Vice President, I will call Vice President candidate, can apply his mind on this and share some of the thoughts during his address today in the general session rather than responding now. Thank you, Narendra ji.
Thank you, PID, very much. We have been always guiding our area on various subjects which are really should be necessarily considered. However, what you have really suggested has many levels of leadership to be involved. But definitely there are certain points which if both of you or all the PIDs I would request if you can apply your mind and some sort of announcement related to global action team could be made as an announcement, nothing wrong in that, in front of all the people, and that recommendation could be sent to Lions Club International. So I would request all the PIDs and IDs, of course, both the IDs, you apply your mind and you can prepare a paper, maybe AP, or if he is not there tomorrow, Praveen Bhai, you can make an announcement. Of course, both the leaders, IDs are also there. We can definitely apply our mind, and some, not all, but many suggestions related to GAP could be announced, could be taken as a recommendation to Lions Club International. Of course, the suggestion about permanent project conclave and related to that many other projects. I trust if things go on well, if Corona is not much problem, and if you are planning a conclave, maybe one conclave or 4 conclave in the month of February, this permanent project conclave concept can be clubbed with the global action team concept and the other suggestions that you have given. Thank you very much for your input. It really is always enriching, and it's always a knowledge, new thoughts for progressing Lionism in our area. Thank you very much for your input. Now may I request our director from North, Lion KM Goyal, who has been always silently observing, but a lot of observation he has to share. I request KM Goyal to kindly share his views.
Thank you very much, Great Chairman Mandaraji, IDs and PIDs and Council Chairperson, and the lands really represent here. I think I am attending this great conclave after we were appointed first in the meeting today only. The gap of so many years of not attending any GAP seminar or any program. Today's program just is no doubt Praveen Bhai has given his views, what he wants this conclave should try to implement in the future. Lion APC has given his idea what is to be done to have the benefits of GAP program. I have listened to hear all the area leaders of our Islamic areas to what they have done during this year and what they plan to do in the future. We have the council chairperson and other people here present. What I can say, I have learned much more, and I will not think how should I get involved to get it done. Because so far as what I am concerned, as a PID, we don't get all this information what is happening at CAT. Even I said, if I take my own multiple, I have attended my first multiple council meeting of this year. But we don't get any information what GAT information is going on, whether it is service activities, whether it is membership activities, or anything. So we do not get involved, we are not given any responsibility into that because we don't interfere in their working. Unless all this appointment have been given to the past attendant director also, then only we will be able to give much better ideas what to be responsibility, what more to be achieved in the future to get the success GAT program, all of the seminars. I am going today, evening now, but not too much. Increase my knowledge. There are certain ideas given by our PIDs, incoming president, vice candidate, vice president candidate, APC, and because Pawan Chaja was also once upon a time a candidate, so he has got different ideas in his mind. He also explained what is to be done. Sanjay Khaitan, I have no doubt, and not much more. From Nepal to the world, where when I met him first time at his place, and that period of last 10 years, what I have learned from him, I salute to you, Sanjay, how made total Nepal today speaking figure all over the world. So we have to learn so many things. And today when we are putting one of the observation seminar also, like responsibility, I learned that also much more. Next conclave we are going to have in February, I will be able to give my more suggestion and contribution what is to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mujari.
Thank you, I'll just tell you one thing. The information and invitation has gone to all the past international directors. Your keenness to get involved into that program is really highly appreciated. In fact, Global Action Team globally, the PIDs have been given the responsibility as ambassadors of that. But unfortunately, past governors and past directors are not getting that much involved into the activities of Global Action Team. Even today, if you see the past international directors' attendance, I was expecting a little higher figure. That has not happened. But definitely next time I call up each and every PID, if they are able to spare their time, definitely we would like to get PIDs more and more involved, because we know that the success of GAT is definitely because of the involvement of leadership at all levels. And we will definitely try to involve all of them. We will call up them, and next conclave I think we will have better participation. Yes, sir.
That is like ambassador of GAT program is fine PID, but we are not getting any information as a PID.
Okay. I get it. Actually, I appreciate your concern and we will try to improve upon it. We thought that maybe the access to Global Action Team is separate. Two box is available for Global Action Team ambassadors. A lot of information is there, a lot of PowerPoint.
Basically, the information sharing of growth and all those things. Can we not think of bringing out a PDF to be circulated for all of them?
Or it could be newsletter.
Kind of a GAT newsletter at your
Newsletter could be there, quarterly newsletter.
Because Line magazine sometimes may not be able to support that.
I really appreciate and thank you, and we will work on that, and maybe next month we will announce something, how we can involve more the leadership of the country. Sanjay, I would request you to kindly address, and then we have two ID embassadors to share their knowledge with us. We will be winding up at 1 o'clock because they have to make arrangement.
सर बोलेंगे सर बोलेंगे बहुत देर सुने चेयरपर्सन our directors PIDs our vice president candidates and all the leaders, I sincerely appreciate constitutional area leader Narendra Bhandari, his team, all the area leaders, Mumbai office and everyone present for the works you have been doing. Regarding coming to the GAT conclave and GAT walking, today our leader AP Singh gave few suggestions which looked very easy. Statistics look easy, but statistics are hard to do. It is, I would repeat, if we don't do many things to make it happen, it won't happen by persuasion only. So I would request, but those are long-term treatment.
short-term treatment will not give us a permanent ease. Every time we plan for a short-term treatment because the drops are coming. So I would request, let us plan things to do around it for a permanent solution. So that is my suggestion. Coming back, I thank my area leader, council chairman and DG team in Nepal. Friends, just for your knowledge, we work together in a team. We have our disputes. It happens with husband and wife in the room also. So, but the DG team, council chairperson, area leader, and campaign area leader, we all work together. Whenever we have such meeting, even the vice governors all are participating. And the planning for the next year growth is done 3 months before, chaired by the outgoing governors of the individual district. So we are able to make the plan and the vice governor are participating there and the GAP team is also contributing there. So the smaller and bigger things all has to be seen. Parveen Bhai has given a lot of information. We are becoming 15 district. Already our chairperson and Khavenji, we had one meeting where GAP team and all participated, and we are planning for a lot of new project application for LCF. I told yesterday to our trustee that we prepared for 60 applications coming from Nepal. And this we have talked in our council that what projects we can do, what will be the branding it will create. I would request that each one of us are doing great projects in our areas, great service project, but to connect them with the public and to create a brand of it is a step which sometimes we do less or more. Just like we have decided that all cancer hospitals of Nepal will have a permanent residence for the parents of the pediatric cancer patient. So 2 of them such projects have been granted, 6 applications will follow. So like that all the cancer hospitals in the country will have like that. So such plannings are being done. These big meetings are very good. I'm not saying that big level conclaves should not be done. I would suggest the smaller level conclaves also. So that the issues of the specific multiple or 2-3 multiples together, I mean whatsoever suits to that area, can be discussed with more prominence. There is no stopping in between. So such things can help us to bring more result, and because we may have some difference. And here also we learn by your deliberation. I also copy your play. Just like visiting Karnavati project is a case study for us. And this level conclave should have a case study. You decide which case study. When I say case study, sometimes it looks like I'm saying that study Nepal. I'm not saying that. So we can do that. For the recommendation of this conclave, there are many things to consider. I would say a small thing, because new member is most important and the basics of lineages are important. We are doing worldwide induction day in different area at same day, just like in Pokhara, Viratnagar, Pilgrims. Every area, whatsoever new member are coming, half day program, letting them know of Lions, encouraging them and giving a certificate. But Lions International has discontinued to send physical certificate of worldwide induction day. They are saying that download it or email it to them. It at least doesn't work in my country. Or you print yourself that was coming with the president's signature and the stamp. So I would request, if it is available, to recommend that please, they discontinue new members, keep also one time. When we were in board, we said to provide the kit and a better quality kit. So because the new member, first time he gets it. So why not, when worldwide induction day is there, they are asking format from us, and the same format they are saying that now this is the PDF, you circulate to them. So it doesn't work like that. So I would say such things to be recommended by conclave. I would not take much of your time. We know we have Leo to Lands clubs also. There are a lot of Leo to Lands club in Nepal. We know that any model will not work permanently. So we do continuous improvisation also. Council chairperson mentioned about within the club growth, and you would have seen that these type of number of clubs we were bringing, but our net growth has increased. That is the new things we have put in order, which are working good in the country. So the net growth has increased, and we are discussing other areas in Nepal where we can improve. In nutshell, what I am saying is that if we have disputes within ourselves, it will become hard. So we only have disputes, I agree to that. But then whosoever in position, council team, DG team, area leaders, if work together, this is what we are doing in Nepal. Thank you for inviting us, giving us a lot of opportunity to interact. Chairperson.
Sanjay, I don't have a mind, it is just the beginning of the conclave. We will have more interaction and more opportunities. This is the leadership that is meeting here. No, I know. Thank you very much for your suggestions about the small conclave, then worldwide induction day certificate, hard copy about the case studies and new members. Thank you very much. We have Madan Gopal and Jitendra Singh. We would have more opportunities for you to interact, but your preliminary observations we would like to hear from you. Then we have both the directors in AP.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me, Chairman, sir, and second, orientation of the members. All global action team is working with multi level only, then district level only, but there is no working in club level. I feel but all process go to club level. But the club level, the JLT coordinator, GMT coordinator, and GST coordinator. I am not also involved in district programs. So sir, I request you, one conclave by her district government in his district at club level. So I can assure you, two authorizations there, one, Pudina said 10 members, minimum fee, 430 is necessary. Then 85 said two times, we voting under the clause. When we store in 50 Rajasthan is there, 85 is the speaker. He said, everyone say, under you join chairman under the club. And we say also, GST government under the GST government. We also social media have under the but big area. Sir, I assure you, with your message, one, promise you, the power not all over India, but all we assure you, we complete 4,000 plus, and in that 1 member, 70% are yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jitendra Singh, for your input. That reaches the club level also. Thank you for your input and your observations. We are very happy. Let's have Madan Gopal. You are double good.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Regarding GAT, the impact of GAT, I would like to probably say that it has reached the club level. In our multiple, at least about 70 to 80% of the clubs, it has reached to the club level. one incident I will say, a zone chairperson from a remote area, a rural area, normally he is called to the installation concerns and governor's annual visitation, he will go and felicitate for 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Now they don't felicitate, they speak about GATT. That is the success of the GATT in our multiple. And thanks GATT area leader and the leadership and our area leader Pandya for extremely working hard. Our GATT area leader Pandya doesn't allow me to do anything at 8 o'clock in the morning. Sharp 8 o'clock, GMT, GLT, GST and the GATT area leader, sometimes with our ID Sampath will be having a contact. And any conclave or any forum, there should be some taking points, some innovations, some new ideas, something to work upon in future. This conclave I got a lot of points, particularly from our AP. Thought-provoking points, we got it. And one point, what is it about this one club? One member at least last year during the birthday of our founder Melvin Jones, we had that program in action. Out of 1,600 plus clubs, we added 1,300 plus members last year. So this is a very good program. Regarding the less than 20 members, we have to use improve our British approach. Give them a time frame, maybe 6 months or 1 year. If they don't improve 20 members, go and let it along with some other clubs, otherwise you surrender your charter. That has to be the approach. Doing extremely, we practice it in our multiple and we have been extremely successful. One important, since I am a GAP coordinator from our multiple also, in our leadership institutes, we expect results. Just by coming to the institute, attending the institute and going and saying I am an RLA graduate, I am an ALA graduate, there is no point. Take on your institutes, go to the club level, regional level. What is found in the institute, you take it to the club members. They are doing, not only that, they have to produce the results. Last year, out of the 96 participants attended, we had 430 members added by the participants of the RLA Institute, new members, 30 million fellows, 30 plus contributing, campaign member contributing members were done by the participants of RLA. So we expect the result from these all these programs what we do, and we have been successfully doing it. Thanks for all the leadership of Constitutional Area Leader and all the leaders for their support. Thank you very much. And today happens to be the birthday of our GATT area leader Pandya. I wish him all the very best. Thank you.
Many happy to the day, Pandya. Madam Member, I have closely observed functioning in 3 to 4 about the GATT and I am really more than happy the way it is working. Of course, all areas are working very nicely. I was personally witnessed the way Pandya and I have an association of 7 years with working with Pandya. And sometimes he doesn't allow me to sleep, that is how it happens. And thank you very much. We have our, both the directors here. I would request the lady. Okay.
In the whole meeting you didn't speak. He said that he is a serious person, so please be careful and make all your recommendations for the new projects to him only. Well friends, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that the strategy of the international of making GATT is successful. We had earlier separate GMT, GLT, GST. The international had a strategy to combine these three and make a single GATT name, and it is definitely resulting very good results, and particularly for Area 6, Constituency Area 6, I would say that definitely it has given us positive results. My compliments and congratulations to our GATT leader, Bandari, and also to all the other GATT area leaders and the multiple council chairmen, and particularly the district governors. I'll take 1, 2, 3 more points which have been spoken in this meeting. I'll first take the point of Bhavna. Bhavna said, some of the district governors, they don't respond. Bhavna, please tell us, we are there to coordinate. We are there to see that they talk to you, they listen to you, they implement your programs. Don't keep it to you only, you have to give it to us. This is one of the duty of the international directors, as I feel so. That's one thing. I'd like to tell you that we have, on the 4th of August, a meeting with the Same team, me, Babu, and Ran Kumar ji went to Bombay, spent full day with the Same team. And let me tell you, whatever we suggested, 90% of our suggestions have been implemented. The result is that you are getting better response from the Same office. We are again going on the 1st of December, and I will request all of you, if you have any point which you wish the Same office to address, please write to us. We are your representative, and we definitely like to discuss it with the Same team so that your problems are addressed as fast as possible. I agree with Neville that in the appointments of the people under the area leader, the consent of area leader should be taken. And I have been seeing so also equally in campaign 100 that if you are not having the team, you have a faith in them, it's very difficult to pick the results. I agree with you. And I'm talking about it in the international also. I did talk on the campaign 100 and for GAT also I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. Now talking of the club level going to the GAT, there is no doubt some of the multiples have done a good job. But let me tell you, there are multiples where no message is going to the clubs. So my request to you would be to take a report from each area leader and the multiple council chairperson that why they are not going to the club level. Sir, it is not only good to keep on praising each other. We have to also take work from them and understand what are their difficulties. Could be they have some difficulties. Are there difficulties that have to be sorted out, or they have to be asked to see that they perform and go to the club level. So this is my request to the chairperson. Regarding Leo, I 100% agree. We have neglected Leos in the past 50 years. It's now time to recognize. Our Indonesian president, in his very first meeting, addressed on the 29th June night, he said so that we need to address and see that the Leos are taken care of. Without Leos, our membership growth which we are expecting to go up will be very difficult. Leo line concept has been modified up to the age of 35 years and the fees concession has been given, all because we need to, and we also need to tell Leos, by joining Leo movement, what are they going to get? This is one thing which is missing. We are asking Leos, we are asking young boys and girls to join, but they don't know if we are joining what are we going to get. We will tell them it's going to be learning as well as entertainment. Leo are looking, the young boys and girls are looking for entertainment also. And similarly, the young boys are looking for gaining something, learning something by joining the Love or Leo movement. This is another point I'd like to say. About the smaller clubs. Yes, sir. Okay. About the clubs, of course, it was the international policy to convert lioness to lions, and many clubs were allowed at the level of only 5 members. I know 2 districts, in one district 115 clubs, 5 members were open, in one district 71 clubs were open. But the point is, if they are not sustaining and if they are not responding, it's time to close them. Let's not bother for those clubs, sir. Let's not go by numbers that so many clubs have been closed. Let's see that how many members are gone. So this is one thing what I like to say. Second, for smaller club BJP, there is a scheme of merger. If you go to chapter 5 of the board policy,
They would not let it merge.
so that is another point. They don't allow you to
Gamble is for the vote, not.
voting. That's the word.
No discussion.
So the point is that the international has provided you a tool. And tool is there, but unfortunately because of the many other reasons I don't want to spell out, but there is a tool of merger. And if we try seriously, perhaps some of the clubs may agree to get merged, that's my point. I've been talking about marketing since yesterday. I'm a corporate man, and let me tell you, till you don't market yourself, will not be able to go ahead and go to that level of 5 lakhs what Praveen was saying. We don't have any such publication. We do have everything on the website. But can we ask public, can we ask the society people to go to the website and then come to us? No. We need to have our, some booklet, I call coffee table book. When we go to the IS officers, when we go for the, talking of the Lions Club to the ministers or to, we take with us those books. But why can't we go to the members, society people? There are many small clubs, ladies clubs, city clubs, this. So there is one request that some money should be spent and under the peer programs, something should be prepared which would speak about the Lions. Then only perhaps we will be able to get more members. This is my request to you. Definitely, when you market, you also need to see what is your best product. Why can't we say that Nepal is our best product? Why can't we tell people that here is a story? There were 4 districts, got bifurcated into 15 districts. Why can't we tell in our clubs, in our districts? Why are they sitting themselves, no, we will not bifurcate? Why don't you tell them that the benefits the Nepal is taking? So these are some of the issues which I would like to say about the bifurcation of the districts. There are many districts which need bifurcation. We do talk in our multiple meetings, in our district meetings, but when it comes to the doing, it doesn't get. But that is the point I would like to say about it. About the waiver. Since I would like to draw your attention, sir. अरे साहब हाथ में चलो मेरे लीडर को हाथ समझो हाथ जोड़ के क्या भाई गुरु जी का हुकूमत करो सर I have received a report from Islamic office that from July 2020 till June 2020 total number of clubs which took the advantage of waiver in Islamic were 2,339 clubs. And out of that, 2,290 clubs were surviving as on 1st July 21. And only 48 clubs were closed. So let us also understand, and this point was raised in the finance committee when we were opposing that these $35 should not be exempted. They said, you are the Islamic people who are taking the maximum benefit. Sir, we, as the Islamic reported, is the office report, not my report. This is Islamic what reports to me by Gloria that in the year from July 2020 to June 2021, total number of clubs which were started with the exemption of the charter fees and the membership fees were 2,339. Out of that, today they say, not today, as on 1st of July, 2,290 clubs did survive. That means many clubs did pay 12 months fees. But now I don't know, but this is what I'm saying, as on 1st July. Okay, we'll see that. I'm not denying, I'm only saying. This is just an information. So I'm only saying that that's Congress and verification. But it's not that the international is going haywire. So this is what I would like to submit. And Praveen bhai, some of those suggestions are very good, sir. We definitely like to work with you as an ID team and see that how we can take them forward with your suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your observations and input, Laliji. I would request AP to please sum up. Maybe brief comment. In 5 minutes we will join because the arrangement that is to be done.
Okay, thank you very much, Bhandari. I think every good thing must come to an end. So we had wonderful discussions. Now we've gone over this multiple times, minimum dues at the Lions International level. And we know that that's a Praveen, it's your point that you raised. No, this minimum dues at the Lions International level. And you know that there are good reasons for Lions International not to do it. There are very good reasons. Because, and we are not discussing these reasons here, because it is a global policy. It is not going to happen, we know it. Now I'm giving you the solution to this. I'm suggesting a solution. The solution is very simple. Make an amendment at your multiple district convention, which you are entitled to make, by passing a resolution after having been duly circulated to all the clubs in compliance with your multiple district constitution. Stating two things. A, that the minimum every multiple says that multiple district dues will be calculated at rupees so and so per member. You just write there, hypothetically, once again hypothetically, minimum multiple district dues will be rupees 15,000. And another clause, minimum district dues will be rupees 10,000. Your money doesn't even go to Lions International. The money comes to the district coffers, the money comes to the multiple district coffers, and Lions International has no right to stop you from doing it. You can do this self-disciplining at the domestic level. Do it. Who stops you? We don't want to do it. We want LCI to do it. Number two, second solution. We've been talking of leadership program promotion, and we've gone over and over and over again that we would now like to have a clause that all our vice governors should come through the institutes. Our leadership development is growing so much, our leadership development is expanding so much, and now we've got so many of these institutes, as Bhandari said, we've got ELLI, ALLI, FDI, RLLI, we've got all of them lined up. We cannot add a single clause to the qualification of a second vice governor, or of the vice governor, or of the district governor, or of an international director, or of a vice president. All of them are international officers. Vijay, a zone chairperson is not an international officer. And nothing stops us from passing a resolution stating that the zone chairperson shall be one who has attended a regional institute, or so-and-so institute, or so-and-so institute. And the qualification for becoming a candidate is either through a zone chairperson or a cabinet secretary, cabinet treasurer. So leave aside, we can even include cabinet secretary, cabinet treasurer there. We can do a lot of things at the domestic level. What I am trying to tell you is a lot of issues about setting things right where we want Lions Club International to do it. It may not be possible because they have to look at from a global perspective. But a lot of things can be set right by ourselves at domestic level in our own homes. And there's nothing that stops us from doing it. There's nothing that will hold us back from doing that. It is totally up to us. So whether we really want to do it, whether we really will have the support, and I'm using the word we because it includes multiple districts also, whether we will have the support of the Lions of our multiple districts to have those resolutions approved or not is a separate question. But we want LCI to do it and we will implement it here. If we want, a lot of things which you have suggested, and your point, Praveen, that you raised a lot of them, and I'm not going to respond to them here when you said I should not required. But then these are a few things which are kind of action points, which I would not even like to talk in the larger meeting. I'm leaving it for the discussion of especially the council chairs here. This is what I told my own council when they were talking back to the same old story कि minimum 10 आदमी का, 15 आदमी का, 20 आदमी का इंटरनेशनल ड्यूज लगवा दीजिए। मैं बोला कर लो, मल्टीपल ड्यूज बढ़ा लो। तुम 25,000 पे लिख दो, 25,000 से नीचे मल्टीपल ड्यूज नहीं होगा, 15,000 से नीचे डिस्ट्रिक्ट ड्यूज नहीं होगा, 40,000 पे आ गया। रुपया भी घर में रहा है, यहाँ एक्टिविटी में खर्चा करना, यहाँ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में खर्चा करना, यहाँ जिस चीज में खर्चा करना, spend it for good reason right here, you do it. And then I still haven't found a district which is going to sponsor that resolution. Maybe I will find, maybe I will not find. I'm not too sure what will happen. What I'm trying to say is we can apply our minds and find solutions. So, my friends, please think with an open mind. Please keep your minds very, very open. LCI only tells you what you can't do. Some things, whatever is not forbidden is permitted. In this global organization, it works like this. What's not forbidden is permitted. We only look at what's forbidden. We forget to look at so much flexibility that is there in the organization because all of that is permitted. So let us try to set our own house in order. Bhandari is doing a great job and good, very nice. It was worthwhile sitting with you and learning such a lot from all our friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PID ABC, for all the insight, all the suggestions that you have given. I am happy for one thing. This leadership meeting has gone beyond GAT conclave. I can say that this house has been the leadership meeting of our country, of our area, which has given a lot of dimensions beyond GAT to this meeting. And I regret that the time has exceeded. But I am also happy that this platform has been made, useful for development of land overall in our country and in our area. A lot of discussions have gone beyond GAT, but they were necessary. They were really, because we have all the council chairperson and all the area leaders who are going to take up this knowledge to the club level, up to the club level. I thank you. I will not mention any individual names, but for the participation of each and every level of leadership in this meeting. Thank you, God bless you all. We will assemble at 2:30. Thank you.
Very good, sir.
मोबाइल से भी ले लो ताकि जल्दी अभी दे देंगे और एक अच्छा निकालो ओके